mbele za Mungu bila kujali anaishi wapi au ana hali gani ya maisha. Kwa hiyo tunapomzungumzia usafi wa mazingira na afya ya umma, tunazungumzia pia kulinda maisha na heshima ya mwanadamu. Tuombeni. Baba yetu wa mbinguni, tunakushukuru kwa zawadi ya maisha. Tunakuomba utupe hekima na moyo wa huruma. Tulinde hadhi ya kila mwanadamu. Bariki jamii zetu, hasa wale wanaoishi katika mazingira yenye changamoto. Wape maji safi, mazingira salama na huduma bora za afya. Wabariki viongozi vyuo vikuu, wataalamu wa afya na watafiti. Wape hekima ya kupata suluhisho la kudumu kwa changamoto za afya na usafi wa mazingira. Tusaidie sisi sote kuwa sehemu ya mabadiliko. Tufundishe kutunza mazingira, kusaidiana na kuwaheshimu watu wote. Tunatangaza afya, usafi, amani na heshima katika jamii zetu. Katika jina la Yesu Kristo tunaomba na kuamini. We bless this day in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you, Pastor. Let us be seated. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this forum we are going to have. It's a half-day forum, so we don't intend to take the whole day. We planned to start it at 8:30, and as you look at your phone or your watch, you can see what time we are at. Anyway, we are going to catch up. So today, we are going to reflect about health and sanitation and where we are at in regard to our constitution. Different groups who are represented today, and I want to recognize those who have arrived. We have Muungano wa Wanavijiji. Are we here? Mikono juu tuwaone. Asanteni, karibuni sana. We have Shofco. Is Shofco here? Anyone representing them? Not yet. We have community health promoters. Great. We have students from Tangaza University. Are we here? Very good. Who else have I forgotten? If you are here. Yeah? Kenya Red Cross. Wow. Karibu sana. And I know those who have not arrived will be joining us in the process. So I'm going to be your moderator. My name is Sarafina Njoki. I'll be helped by Thaddeus, the gentleman who was here. He's a student at Tangaza, taking diploma in civic and development education. So karibuni sana. At this moment, I want to welcome Father to introduce staff from Tangaza and also take us through the next session. After that, you will go direct to the speakers.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Father Bena Domara, a Komboni missionary. working at Tangaza University as the director of the Institute for Social Transformation, under which we have the program at Huruma, Civic and Development Education. So mine is to welcome each one of you to this gathering, to this symposium. And I would like first of all to recognize and welcome the leaders from our informal settlement communities, our partners in health and sanitation, in civic education, our media partners who are here actually, Capuchin TV, New People Magazine, University Mtaani students and alumni, the Holy Trinity Catholic Parish, and the clergy, Komboni fathers who are running it, and also Komboni sisters who are working in this parish. Recognize also the presence of our colleagues from Tangaza University and the Institute for Social Transformation. We have especially the DVC academics, Professor Kitonga, who is here in our midst. Our esteemed speakers, Professor Akot, Dr. Judith Pete, Mr. Charles Kibwe, and recognize also in our midst Major General Fatuma, who is here, who is also a student in PhD in social transformation. A very warm welcome to each one of you to this important gathering at Holy Trinity Catholic Parish, a place that is itself a symbol of what community, faith, and service can build together in the heart of Nairobi. I extend a special and heartfelt welcome to the residents and leaders of the informal settlement communities of Kariobangi, Huruma, Korokocho, Madare, Babadogo, and Pwamani. You are not guests here today. This symposium is first and foremost your symposium. So why are we gathered here? We are gathered here to celebrate four things. We are gathered to raise awareness, to insist together that sanitation is not a privilege that some Nairobi residents enjoy while others go without. It is a constitutional right and belongs equally to every resident of this city, including especially those in our informal settlement. Secondly, we gather to celebrate, to acknowledge and honor the work that University Mtaani students, alumni, and community partners have done in the fields. Their stories deserve to be told, and their achievements deserve to be recognized. We gather to strengthen, to deepen the bonds between Tangaza University, the Institute for Social Transformation, the communities we serve, and the organizations and institutions that share our commitment to health, sanitation, and human dignity. We are gathered to learn, to draw out the knowledge generated through years of community engagement, to document it, to share it, and to allow it to inform better policy and more effective practice going forward. So as we begin this program, our program, I invite us all to hold in our mind and heart the faces of those who are not in this room. The child who is sick because the water is unsafe. The mother who walks an hour to find a toilet. The elder who cannot afford health care. the young person whose dignity is diminished every day by conditions that need not or should not exist. Let their reality be our urgency. Let their dignity be our purpose. And let this symposium be a step, not the last step, but a meaningful step towards a Nairobi where every person in every settlement, in every corner of this city can live with the dignity that the humanity demands and that their constitution guarantees. With these few remarks, I would like to invite Professor Kitonga, the DVC academics at Tangaza University, to come and give us his remarks and officially opens the symposium for us. Professor Kitonga, you are welcome.
Thank you, Father Dr. Institute for Social Transformation. I don't want to repeat the protocol that he has already established, and I want to write on the same. And I will follow strictly my written speech so that we can go to the heart of why we are gathered here today. Distinguished guests, respected colleagues, community leaders, and members of University Mtaani, good morning. God is good all the time. Thank you. It is my honor to welcome you to this symposium in my capacity as the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic, Research and Student Affairs at Tangaza University. I'm here on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Reverend Professor Patrick Mwanya, who has wished us well as we start this important symposium, which the discussion is at the heart of the university. I am profoundly struck by the significance of our gathering today. When we speak of human dignity, we are not referring to a distant ideal. Dignity means the mother in Kariobangi who is struggling to provide clean water for her children or for her child. It also means the family in Korogocho that is forced to walk through open sewers just to get home or to get a service from a dispensary or to a school. It means the young person in Madare whose future is limited by illness that could have been prevented. Dignity, therefore, is the recognition that every individual, no matter their circumstances, bears the image of God and deserves a life that reflects that worth. Our Constitution affirms this principle. Specifically, Article 43 guarantees rights to health care, sanitation, and safe water. These are fundamental rights that must be upheld. Yet, for many citizens, and especially those who are living in informal settlements, this remains a deep divide between the constitutional promises and the daily reality. This symposium is part of Tangaza University's promises and endeavor that through University Mtaani program, we hope to provide a bridge that can give hope to the future to the many souls that do not find hope in their daily realities. What sets University Mtaani apart is its refusal to treat the issues surrounding University Mtaani as problems to be solved from afar. The members of University Mtaani, the students, the staff, and alumni do not see the residents as passive beneficiaries of policy directives or aid, but they see the citizens as people who have equal rights to health and decent living conditions. And this is nothing but about justice. Through service learning and social action, our students are equipped not to observe communities from a distance. They engage communities directly. They listen, they learn, and take action. They return to campuses transformed, and they return to communities equipped with new knowledge and tools for social transformation. And this is what it means for a university to be actively involved in healing the world instead of studying the world. The Sustainable Development Goals urge us to be clear about the call for action whereby achieving SDG 3, health and well-being, SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, and SDG 11, sustainable cities, which requires more than policy. SDG demands collaboration, sustained effort, and active participation. And therefore, this calls on us from universities to leave behind isolation and enter into the complex and urgent realities of people's lives. And this is our mission as Tangaza, and we are committed to it. Francis teaches that caring for creation and standing with the marginalized are deeply connected. When sanitation is undignified, the earth suffers. When waste fills the streets, the environment is harmed, and so is our shared humanity. And therefore, University Mtaani is a response to this call, which means faith put into practice, scholarship directed towards service, and hope made tangible. The work of our students in Kariobangi, Huruma, Korogocho, Mathare, Babadogo, and Pumwani has brought meaningful social transformation. Communities are shaping their health policies, students are becoming civic leaders, and residents are driving their own development agenda. And that is why we are gathered here to discuss the issue of health and sanitation. As a person who has been involved in the inception of the program, I can categorically state that these are accomplishments from our students that we celebrate dearly, and we want to encourage them even to go further. But progress should not be confused with completion. Challenges still remain. For example, waste collection is still a question for many who are here today. Sewage systems continue to endanger our health, and we know it. We don't need to be told by anybody. Water access remains unreliable, and therefore our mission is far from finished. Let this symposium mark a turning point. Let us use this day to reflect honestly on how far we have come and how much further we must go. Let us listen to each other. Let us listen to the community members with openness, and let us deepen our partnership with the government and civil society. And let us also record and share what we have learned so others can build on it. I urge each of you to move beyond the discussions that we are going to have here today, and may this not be a gathering of comfort, but of commitment. Let us live not only with notes, but with determination, not with fleeting impressions, but with clear intentions. And let us live knowing that the dignity of our neighbors is inseparable from our own. With these few remarks, it's my humble pleasure to declare this symposium duly open for our discussions for the time that has been set by the planners of this occasion. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Makofi. Thank you so much. So our take-home message is that this symposium should not only be what? It should not only be for who are listening. It should not only be for DVC. They are not listening. They are not. It should not be for? They are thinking, internalizing, huh? Sawa. I want us to give Prof another round of a clap. So, tumpigie makofi. Thank you so much. A quick one, huh? So we have our, you know, the gents and the ladies. So just outside here, we have our gents, and then the other side, you have ladies. Huh? So don't go ujipate kwa father. You go the other side. Huh? So this is to ask, how many people know where University Mtaani is? How many people know where University Mtaani is? Ah, thank you. So, we are not here because there's someone who was saying, University Mtaani is where? In the church. So we are located on the other side. And we invite you to come and walk with us, see the Mtaa, see the university itself, and maybe we can improve it better. So with much ado, I would like to invite the people who started the University Mtaani to tell us a bit of what is University Mtaani and the milestone that the University Mtaani has taken. So I'd like to welcome Sarafin, as Sarafin is coming in on the stage. Tumpigia makofi anapokuja. Kuja na mwendo wa ashte. Shukran Sarafin.
Asante Thaddeus. He's my student, okay? It's good that I feel happy when I see them grow and shine. So thanks a lot. I want to give you a background, a brief background of University Mtaani. Having worked there for 7 years and having started the program together with Professor Oma, Professor Kitonga, Brother Alberto Parise, who is not here today. The program started way back in 2010. The thinking and the conceptualization of the program started around that time. And there was a very important event then. What was there at that time? Yes, the promulgation of the new constitution. And the Institute of Social Ministry in Mission, formerly, that is how it was known. Today it's known as Institute of Social Transformation, carried out a needs assessment in 2011 to try and gauge where the communities were in regard to the new constitution. Why? Because there were observations that the communities were getting into new constitution, but they did not understand even the old constitution. And the findings had several concerns that revolved around livelihoods. The communities felt that they were very poor, especially at the level of the households. The issue of violation of human rights, lack of advocacy for issues that were affecting the community. There was need for justice and reconciliation. Remember, it came in after the 2007, 2008 conflicts plus the Mugeke clash within the slums, and the issue of unemployment of the youth, insecurity, the issue of access to resources and services, and also participation in decision making. That was a major finding. The other finding was there was a wide gap between the new constitution then, the Constitution of Kenya 2010, and the people's understanding of their rights, their duties, and their responsibilities, and connecting them with their growth. There was also very high interest in school-based distance learning program, which was academically recognized and that gave students the possibility of advancing to degree programs. We had a lot of trainings going on with the NGOs, and I can tell you we had heaps of certificates of participation. But those heaps of certificates could not earn us any employment. Why? Because for employment, you needed one academically recognized certificate that could land you into a job. So there was a need for such a program. And then there was a need to upgrade and integrate the paralegal trainings in view of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Why? Because the paralegals had already been trained, but they were trained based on the old constitution. So we needed to upgrade that knowledge to fit into the 2010 constitution. And then the potential students expressed the need to provide community service and also to participate in bringing social change in the community. So as a result, the Institute for Social Transformation, then was Institute of Social Ministry, decided to introduce a program. Why? Because there were opportunities in the new constitution that the communities needed to be aware of. And one of the opportunities was devolution. So we were to devolve power from the national government to the local government at the county level, but the people didn't know where they were to come in and participate in this whole process. The other opportunity was citizen participation. How are they to participate? So we had to think of a model that we can use, or an approach that we can use that can engage the communities. And we have done a lot with the communities since the inception of the University Mtaani. And I'm sure we have met with a lot of people, our muungano ana vijiji mashinani, tukiongelea kuhusu maswala ambayo inahusu wananchi. And the other opportunity was the Bill of Rights, Chapter 4. We needed to educate the community on what were their rights, what were their responsibilities as citizens. And then the other need that is evolving and coming up now is the experiential learning. We need not to dwell so much in theory. There is an introduction of the competence-based education. And many institutions of higher learning are trying to find a landing. How do we come up with learning that is based on experience? Because that is what they are struggling with. Here in Tangaza, we already have University Mtaani, and we are already doing that. So what we are thinking about is how do we strengthen University Mtaani so that we can engage the students in learning, but what they learn also can be used by the communities. We can journey with the communities in order to transform their lives. So far, we have several achievements since 2012, when the program was instituted. And I can tell you, students from the settlements, and some of them are here, they can tell me whether that's true or not, they can now access higher learning. This was a dream to many of them. But when University Mtaani came into the community, it acted as a bridge that those hopeless students who felt like they did not have a chance, they could start with a diploma. And I can tell you, about 15 of them, after pursuing the diploma, they have pursued higher degree education here in Tangaza and in public universities. And I have 3 students who are abroad now. And I can tell you life is not the same. Some of them got employed. And some got employed even when they were pursuing the diploma program. Why? Because the diploma program is very practical. It's hands-on, and that is all what the employers look at, among other things. And some who could not get employment, they are involved in self-employment. And I can be very happy to say this program came in as a way of breaking poverty cycles in our families. For those of us who are brought up in the slums, and we really try to shake off the poverty level from how we have grown up, we have been brought up. Those students who have gone through University Mtaani, I am sure, as heads of their families are different. And that's a way of changing life for generations. The students have been engaged in community engagement in different projects. And one of them is what we call Usafi Jukumu Letu. We did a lot of dialogues in sanitation. When you walk in Huruma Kiamaiko and you find the place is very clean, don't think that people just woke up one day and the place was clean. We had a lot of engagement with the communities, and some of them are here. And we used to do it within the villages, trying to talk about hygiene and where to dump the waste, the garbage. Then students took part in other projects like voter education. I remember in 2017, we had a very proactive program. And I can remember that's the only time we did not experience a hostility between or among communities. If there was hostility that came in, it came in from other part, but not within the communities. Okay. So those are the achievements. There are many more, and we'll have a student, an alumni sharing more about their experiences and how the program has helped them. At this juncture, I want to introduce Habat, who is the current coordinator of the program, to tell us where the program is headed. Welcome.
Thank you. Tumpatie makofi tafadhali. What she has not said is that I'm also her student. Yeah, she taught me in the program. And I think I was a good student now that I'm now in charge of the program. Simunipigie makofi hata mimi. Yeah, so Sarafina has given us an overview of how the program was conceived altogether. Imetokea wapi na tumefikia wapi. My role is very simple today. I'm going to talk about how the future of University Mtaani or DCDE looks like. So basically, the program is aligned with Vision 2030, and now we are also learning about the intended Vision 2060. We are also aligned with the foundations of that. So Kenya's Vision 2030 emphasizes social transformation, equitable development, and citizen empowerment. By 2030 and beyond, this program of DCDE in University Mtaani is positioned to become a national benchmark for community-based higher education that blends academic rigor with the grassroots engagement. Of course, grassroots engagement remains to be a core pillar of University Mtaani and a core pillar of social transformation altogether as an institute contributes to our communities. Number two, the program is also positioned to influence policy on adult education, civic literacy, and paralegal professionalization through evidence-based advocacy led by graduates. Our alumni, as Saravina said, are doing a lot of things in their communities, from volunteer paralegal aid. We have also current students who are doing that, and blending it with now the academic part of it. Because we acknowledge that in our communities, we have professionals. So we are just adding value to what they do by also giving them the academic qualifications. But we cannot talk about this without acknowledging some of the pillars of the impact which is being given by University Mtaani to our local communities over here. And one of this is social ministry. The institute's name, Institute for Social Transformation, was initially the Institute for Social Ministry. And it incorporates value-based leadership for sustainable change through our graduates, who will emerge as ethical leaders rooted in spirituality, social justice, and community accompaniment, as we also taught by our Catholic social teachings, with us being a Catholic institution. So the future will see faith-based organizations partnering with the program, DCDE, that is University Mtaani, and our alumni will lead reconciliation and peace-building initiatives. As a program, we understand that reconciliation and works of peace-building are continuous works, and at no point will we say that we have totally achieved our intended objective of having final peace or cohesion. So this program will enable its alumni to continuously contribute to these works of reconciliation and peace building as our nation calls for. The future will as well see moral frameworks guiding development projects, ensuring they are inclusive, transparent, and accountable, as these are also some of the most basic things that the program advocates for its alumni to behold and keep on as they work for their communities. So that is the first pillar of social ministry. Pillar number 2 is civic education, constitutional literacy, and active citizenship. With Kenya's progressive constitution as its foundation, the program will produce civic educators and legal empowerment agents who will demystify the Bill of Rights, because rights of people, especially those in our communities here, continue to be those that need proper advocacy, those that people need to be continuously educated about and as well advocated for. So they will demystify the Bill of Rights. They will strengthen public participation in county governance and electoral processes. Again, this is being done continuously by students in various activities in local community-based organizations and as well in their own ventures. And they will also bridge the gap between policy and practice, ensuring laws translate into lived justice. One of the key mandates of this program is to bring development to the grassroots communities. In what sense? Engaging communities through things like community dialogues and public participation forums to help them understand how these policies that exist in our laws can now be translated into proper development in terms of lived justice. Pillar number 3 is development education, participatory and sustainable livelihoods. DCDE equips learners to design community-driven development frameworks that prioritize gender equity, environmental sustainability, youth empowerment, and disability inclusion. And it's a good thing that we are seeing our brothers from the disability side or the able differently side also part of this program, as our program is also one that looks at an all-rounded community, including everyone in the sort of development that we look forward to. Development education will also align local projects with Vision 2030 and county-level planning priorities. We work hand in hand, of course, with our devolved governments, like here in Nairobi, the county government of Nairobi. We always ensure that if we have any sort of intervention that we need their input or their contribution, we work with them and we engage them, and also our students understand clearly why it is important to also work in liaison with our governments. In terms of development education and participatory and sustainable livelihoods, the program will also foster innovation in livelihoods from agribusiness to digital entrepreneurship. Social entrepreneurship has been another area of strength for the Institute for Social Transformation. And as University Mtaani, we have not been left behind in that. We've had a program for social entrepreneurs who have been trained for many years, given the skills and also access to some capital to boost their businesses. As we understand, empowering local communities to the most grassroots level will ensure that the most basic foundation, which is the family in any society, can be able to afford the basic necessities through this sort of social entrepreneurship. So the future success of University Mtaani, to that effect, hinges on university to community partnerships, which will ensure co-ownership and accountability. We clearly understand that being in the community is important, but if the community does not really own this concept of University Mtaani, then all our work is in vain. Because the basic foundation of University Mtaani is to engage these communities. So our success for the future is also quite dependent on university community partnerships to ensure the sort of development that we are looking at. Number two, collaboration with government, non-governmentals and faith-based organizations to integrate graduates into national civic education frameworks and devolution works. From time immemorial, since the inception of this program, our alumni and students have been also part of other things to do with civic education frameworks, like civic education works with the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, and also taking part in electoral matters as well. The future success of this program as well hinges on funding models that blend tuition, grants, and community contributions to ensure sustainability. As we all understand, sustainability is a very big headache to any program that looks forward to bearing fruits. And ensuring that we look at the sustainability of this program will be beneficial to the communities of Eastlands that are our target beneficiaries, to ensure that we attain the intended purpose of engaging these communities and also ensuring that they are able to depend on themselves and develop to the desired effect that we have. So we all present this program to you as our basic model at the Institute for Social Transformation, as something that will enable us to empower these local communities and bring education to the localities, and as well factor in what is our contribution to society. So we call upon everyone to be part of this noble cause for University Mtaani. If you can join us as a student, you know, we normally say we are bringing a different model to academics. And the way we are doing things is rooting it on social transformation and community empowerment. So this is how the future looks for University Mtaani, as we try to model now into the Kenya's Vision 2030 or 2060, which will be proposed, and moving forward as an institution. So that is it from me. I'd like to give it back to the MC to tell us which direction we are going to. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. No. Albert, small. This is my admin in University Mtaani. So I want to train you a clapper. So when I say kachwa, you do like this. So kachwa. Nice. Now, better. Kachwa. When I say stampede, you do like this. Stampede. Stampede. When I say mahailele, you do like this. Mahailele. We start. Kachwa, kachwa, stampede, stampede, mailele. Nice one, Thank you, Abata. So now I'd like to call, we need to take a break, so na kama itakushika, tunasemanga hivyo in instance, ikikushika, shikamana, so ikikubamba, bambana, na ikikukwachu, kwachuana. So we are going to the segment of entertainment. Na I want us Boni katashika. So usikae kwa kiti kama kamekushika, usitingike kwa kiti, amuka tu kaende, you know? Sawa. So We have the Banjuka, the Banju, sensational, who will entertain us. Na tunaimba pamoja nao. It is a Kenyan music, so usiseme ujui, just sing along. Huh? Thank you.
Shombo malum ni shombo, shombo malum ni shombo, shombo malum ni shombo, urikinga emukongo. Shombo malum shombo, shombo malum shombo, shombo malum shombo, urikinga erikongo we. Shombo malum ni shombo, shombo malum ni shombo, shombo malum ni shombo, urikinga erichombo. Orikueva eringombe, erikueva eringombe, erikueva eringombe, murai wa mama eringombe, erikueva eringombe, erikueva eringombe, erikueva eringombe, mulai wa mama eringombe. Nampare, nampare mana wepe mawa, nampare, nampare mana wepe mawa yo. Nampare, nampare mana wepe mawa, nampare, nampare mana wepe mawa. Nampare, nampare mana wepe mawa, nampare, nampare mana wepe mawa yo. Nampare, nampare mana wepe mawa, nampare, nampare mana wepe mawa. Erikueva eringombe, erikueva eringombe, erikueva eringombe, murai wa mama eringombe, erikueva eringombe, erikueva eringombe, erikueva eringombe, murai wa mama eringombe, erikueva eringombe, erikueva eringombe, erikueva eringombe, murai wa mama eringombe.
Makofi kwao. Nice one, huh? Nice one. Nice one. Jipe mwenyewe. Patikana. Makofi kwake, makofi kwake, makofi kwake, makofi kwake, makofi. Let's appreciate the lady. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. Makofi, 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 makofi. Hey, makofi kwao. Thank you so much, Sensation. Thank you so much, Sensation. Sarafina anaingia kikatika. Thank you.
Wow. Can you give them a heart clap? Wow. Another one, that's not enough for them. Great. Wametuojesha, they will be back again. Ebu mgeukie mwenzako umuulize kwanza anaitwa nani. Unajua tu kufanya introductions. Ask them what they do for their living. Where do they come from? Yeah, you know, in this era of community policing, we are told you must know your neighbor by force, by fire. Okay? So, thanks a lot. That is Sensation Group. One of the drumists is my student. I have students all over. I'm very proud of that. And that group, they dance, they enjoy. But they also engage the community in a therapy, in healing, trauma healing. And they do it in a very special way. So next time they have a show, kindly show up and support them, okay? Let's clap for them once more. Very good. Tell your neighbor, asilale tafadhali. We are getting started. So, that was a good break. We will not have like a special break time. That was a very constructive break session. And I want us to proceed to our speakers who are going to give us more insight on why we are here today. I want to start with a professor friend of mine who will give us a keynote presentation. He's called Professor Steve Ouma. Everybody knows him.
Makofi ya prof.
Very good. Karibu sana, Professor. Professor Steve Ouma, as we all know him, was born and brought up in Korogocho and baptized at the then roofless Holy Trinity Catholic Church on July 10th, 1973. He's very young. He told me I should not leave out that part. It's very important for him. He is an associate professor and legal anthropologist at Tangaza University. He holds a PhD from the University of the Western Cape, South Africa, and has previously served as Deputy Director and Director of Programs at the Kenya Human Rights Commission and as an Executive Director at Pamoja Trust. Karibu sana, Professor. Talk to us.
Thank you, Serafina. You need to add that you are my childhood friend so that people can have the detail. Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics at the Tangaza University, Professor Daniel Kitonga, Director IST, Dr. Father Bernard, and my esteemed colleagues, Dr. Pete, who is also a very good personal friend of mine, and PhD, fraternity, and many other students who are here. Good morning. I had written my keynote in fairly dense English, but because I would like you to access it, I'm going to tone down the English and also create a mixture between English and Swahili. Is that okay? But then also allow me to give you a disclaimer. When we talk about sanitation, do we start by looking at the clean part of it or the dirty part of it? When you talk about sanitation, you start by talking about the clean part of it or dirty part of it? The dirty part of it. So I will use some language that may be offensive because it's a true language of the dirty part of it. Am I allowed? So nitatumia maneno ambayo wakati mwingine yatakuwa hayaleti shangwe kwa sababu maneno hayo ndio yanawakilisha kiini na maana ya mambo tunayozungumzia. Where to start from is exactly where Professor Kitonga started, which is we must ask ourselves a question. How can people decide to call a place Korogocho? How do you call a place Korogocho? Korogocho is a Kikuyu word which means a place of nothingness, a place of scrap, a place of emptiness, a place of depositing that which is useless. That's the meaning of Korogocho. Then you call a place Korogocho. Now, after that naming, then you come and ask yourself, and what has happened in that Korogocho? After it was named so, it also became the dumping site. The first to be dumped there were people who could not be accommodated by the city. Those who are jobless or those questions of waste and sanitation are also questions that produce inequality, that marginalize, that exclude, perpetuate the same inequalities. We've seen that with the Greening Nairobi initiative, which was done mainly in Pumwani and Majengo. And in Pumwani and Majengo, the Greening Nairobi initiative has led into exclusion, has perpetuated inequalities that were created during the colonial physical planning era that neglected the poor of the city. But the second question that we must ask ourselves, is it then true that all modernities, so now in future, you must have a platform. The question that I want you to start asking yourself is it true that all modernities becoming modern is equal to production of waste and sanitation crisis? Je, ni kweli kuwa watu wanapoendelea kuboreka kimaisha na kiuchumi lazima wawe na shida ya uchafu na watu kupata haki ya mazingira masafi? Hilo ni swali ningependa tujiulize kwa sababu tutarejelea hilo swali. But before we go there, let us look at the period now after 1990 and ask ourselves, what kind of waste problem do we have in Kenya? The waste problem in Kenya has mainly been cited to be solid waste problem. I know many of you are used to the solid waste problem as being that of sewerage and also being other produce from our markets, from our hotels and households, and of course, from the factories. However, there is one emerging waste problem which we are not paying a lot of attention to, but is significantly important, that I want to go to. But before then, let me give you the aggregate statistics. We now know that each Kenyan, kila Mkenya, me and you, each Kenyan generates about half a kilogram of waste every day. Thank you very much. Who is a miracle maker? Asante sana. We now know that each Kenyan, kila Mkenya, me and you, we produce half a kilogram of waste every day. This one equates to 22,000 tons of daily waste in aggregate and 8 million tons annually. Where does it go? The alarm is only 38% of this waste is collected. So we face the first scenario where you dump people, you dump waste. Now where are we now? Now we are where we produce too much waste, not from us, each one of us. We produce up to half a kilo every day, and only 38% of this waste is collected. And of those which are collected, only 10% gets to be recycled. So you start to see the problem of waste that we experience today is not too much about who is in, who is out, but it's too much about what do we do with our waste. And I'll come back to that. But there's one lingering big problem which is emerging, which will not differentiate between Korogocho, Mathare, Muthaiga, and indeed other affluent areas, which is an e-waste problem. Waste coming from electronic products. Kenya, as a country, generates 55,956 tons of electric waste. And that was the figure of 2025. With 90% of that bypassing formal recycling. This is according to Kenya Bureau of Statistics. Showing that the volume has climbed over the years by about 70%. What are some of the e-waste products? Most of them are from used computers, household appliances, televisions. Na naambiwa hii shida televisions sana sana ni shida ya Wajaluo. Every after 2 years Wajaluo wananunua television mpya ikikuja fashion, na ile ya zamani wanatupa tu pale nje. Then there is the refrigerators. I don't know why it comes that in Kenya now everybody wants to have a fridge. There's a fridge in my house, but I don't like it. I don't use it. I don't like the fridge. I don't like the microwave. But I see everybody likes fridges these days. And they also want to replace them as they come fashion by fashion. Then there's the washing machines. Go to Muthaiga near the Gatewoods Hospital. You'll realize that in the area near Muthaiga Golf Club, every week, the number of old washing machines dumped to be collected by the waste handlers is increasing. The problem with electric waste is the following. There are two. One, much of the electric waste that we have come from the West. They are sold here mainly as second-hand products. Sometimes we are told it is refurbished. Sometimes they come here as donations. Then their lifespan tends to be not more than 2 years. And after that, we don't know what to do with it. Are you seeing, therefore, that in the global setup, the global south is in totality the new Korogocho, where the global consumption deposits all that which they think will cause a crisis. So when the electric implements are new and expensive, we never access them. After they are used, refurbished, almost reaching a period of expiration, they are sent over to us. Consequently, we use them for 1-2 years, we don't know where to take them. So the global economy of waste is also something we can't fail to take into account when we talk about waste before we go into sanitation question. Let me go now to the primary question I'd left you with, which is it true that all attempts to modernize must lead to this situation of a crisis of sanitation? The answer is no. And I want to give you an example with Japan. This is where I'm going to use some language that some of you may find offensive. In 1724, there was a fight between two villages in Tokyo. At that time, Tokyo was called Edo. The name Tokyo came much later. That fight was between two settlements. What were they fighting over? They were fighting over the question, who has the right to collect human waste? I'll say it in Kiswahili for it to be clear. Walikuwa wanapigana vijiji viwili. Walikuwa wanapigania nini? Walikuwa wanauliza nani ako na haki ya kuchukua mavi ambayo imetolewa kwa kijiji fulani. Na ilikuwa vita kali sana, mpaka polisi wakaitwa kuintervene. Kwa nini walikuwa wanapigania mavi? Mwanzo walipatia jina, waliita night soil. Night soil. As you may well know, Japan is not a country blessed with fertile soil. No. In fact, Japan soil is largely sandy. So night soil became very rare commodity. It had value. And so people were scrambling to get it. In fact, farmers used to do barter trade with that product. So you would go to the market, unapeana mboga, cabbage, na mchele, na unaenda na mkokoteni yako. Moja unapack mboga, nyingine unapack mavi, unarudi nayo nyumbani. Sio pesa. That is what happened in Japan. Na wakifika nayo nyumbani, wanamwaga kwa shamba. Alafu production inaenda juu. Sasa shida kubwa ikatokea, landlord wakajua kuna hiyo biashara. Landlord wakasema pia sisi tunataka nini? Sasa najenga nyumba, napata tenants, wanaishi, wananilipa rent, na mavi yao ni yangu kama landlord. Hiyo vita ilikuwa tena kali sana. Lakini landlord walikuwa wanataka sio mavi peke yake, wanataka pia mkojo, sababu mkojo pia ilikuwa na kazi nyingine. Finally they agreed that the landlords will get the urine and the tenants will have power over their what they called night soil. And the tenant used to sell the night soil, and from that they would get revenue to help them to pay rent, while the landlord would use urine to also perform other productive functions. Especially, it was very good, I'm told, as a pesticide. There are certain pests that were averse to that urine. You know, even today, I'm a farmer, I grow traditional vegetable, and I use rabbit urine as a major source of pest repellent in my farm. What do we get here? When waste have got value, the relationship changes. And therefore, our quest to engage in sanitation initiative, in my view, must start by giving waste value. It must start by changing the way we see waste. So that will mean two things at a minimum. It will mean I will be conscientious of how I deal with my waste, and two, collectively, we will zealously protect it as a resource. And this is what we get in the Japan 1724. However, what challenge do we face today that makes that endeavor difficult? The challenge we face today is because our problem of waste is also entangled in a culture of consumerism. The culture of consumerism is one where we now consume not as a way of fulfilling our needs. We often consume as our way of fulfilling our greed. And as Mahatma Gandhi has told us, while you can fulfill needs, you cannot fulfill greed. Let's look at statistics again. The place which is known to be the leading site in the world as a consumer society is the United States of America. In 2019, one famous reporter by the name Jacques Halpern penned a fairly influential article in the New York Times. In that article, titled Big Business of Scavenging in Post-Industrial America, he detailed the consumption pattern of the United States and illustrated how it is unsustainable and antithesis to an environment that is clean and to achievement of right to clean sanitation in the United States. What is the data? He says, Americans, and I want you to look at the statistics because they build a relationship. Americans make up 4% of the world's population, but they account for 12% of the planet's yearly waste. Watu ambao wao they are only 4% ya population ya dunia wana contribute 12% ya uchafu duniani. That is tragic. What kind of waste do Americans produce most? The Environmental Protection Agency of the United States have cited the following as the most commonly produced waste and deposited by the Americans to the environment because the landfills are not working very well and they're very expensive. 1, plastic wastes. 2, cups. Those constitute 840,000 tons. Listen to the second category. Diapers. 3.4 million tons of diapers are dispensed into our environment by the United States population every year. That is followed by clothing and footwear. They leave to the market 8.2 million tons of clothing and footwear every year. And then, finally, towels, sheets, and pillowcases, 9-10 tons every year. If you look at the type of waste that the Americans dispense to our ecosystem as a planet, you realize very few of them are essentials. So they emerge from a culture, the culture of consumerism. And we in Kenya, we very well know, cannot be left unindicted in that problem of the culture of consumerism. And so the assignment I leave to the University of Mtaani students is to go and find out what do wastes from Kenya's dustbin say about us. We have seen the waste from the American dustbins. What to say about them? Are we stuck? Are we in a paralysis? Is it impossible to get out of this? No, we can get out of this. At Tangaza University, we do think that social transformation becomes an important avenue of a departure. And indeed, if you look at Article 43, which was cited explicitly by Professor Kitonga on right to sanitation, if you look at Article 28 of the Constitution, which is on the right to human dignity, if you look at Article 19 of the Constitution, which is the power of that right to human dignity, they all point out at something that can only be realized through social transformation. At Tangaza University, we've come to realize that there is no single definition of social transformation. There are multiple definitions, but the philosophy is one, which is this mega, comprehensive change that is positive and reverses the losses and builds to human well-being and planetary well-being. I would like to suggest to you that the most recent definition suggested by one of our PhD candidates, Father Buju, is perhaps fairly useful in thinking about social transformation. Father Buju has argued that the best way to think about social transformation in our times is to look at it as the return to humanness. The return to humanness. In return to humanness, if I was to import his work, it would mean you cannot dump people, and after you dump people, you dump things where you have dumped people. So you can't have a place called Korogocho, and then you turn it into a dump site. You can't have the global south becoming the dump site of the global north. Return to humanness, according to Buju, invites us to rethink of our role not only as people individually and collectively made in the image of God, but also to appreciate the fact that we have an invitation to create a new world every day. And the creation of that new world is not only relational in terms of how we relate to each other, but also how we relate with our planet. But he also argues, Father Buju, that it starts by representation. So how you represent waste, as I have mentioned in the Tokyo question, is a beginning point. If you see waste as valueless and nuisance to be dumped where useless people are, a korogosho kind of a thing, then you cannot secure right sanitation. It starts by how you represent waste. And I'm inviting you, let us represent waste as value and not as that which is associated with those who are less human. And Buju is inviting us to start from that point as a transformative departure. Buju also invites us to think about production of spaces. He argues that a place in its own nature has no meaning. It is given meaning. You give meaning to Dandora dump site. Once you give it meaning, that meaning has implications on many other rights. So how do we give meaning? In fact, Buju argues, in his idea of social transformation, that why are you of the idea that where waste is produced must be different from where waste is processed? Where did that come from? Why this multiple physicality? Eti kuna mahali uchafu inatengenezwa na kuna mahali pengine uchafu itatupwa. Anatuambia tufikirie kuwa mahali uchafu unatengenezwa, mahali uchafu unatokea, hapo ndipo panafaa kwenye mahali ambapo uchafu pia unahudumiwa, inageuzwa kama rasilimali pale pale na tengenezwa. Lakini ukisema uchafu sio hapa, ninyi mnajua wale wanaishi katika nyumba za ghorofa hapa Kariobangi, watu na maji. Mtu akisha kufanya maji yake, anafungua dirisha, ghorofa juu anafanya nini? Anarusha. Hiyo shida, Father Buju anasema ndio mwanzo wa shida. Wewe uone kwa hiyo maji yako umetumia chafu, inafaa ipate suluhisho hapo ilipotengenezwa. Usimwage huko nje, ati nje sasa sio kwangu. Unamwaga uliko ghorofa ya juu, haujali kuna mwingine ghorofa ya chini. Hiyo logic, social transformation nataka tuanze kukugeuza hiyo logic. Kuwa mahali uchafu unatengezwa, ndipo uchafu unafaa uhudumiwe. Then you can get right to sanitation, right to clean environment. Finally, Father Buju, in his idea of social transformation and return to humanness, also talks about the role of values and generational thinking. Generational thinking. One of my students gave a very excellent rendition, and I'm hoping during the discussion she can go back to it. Brenda is a student specializing in sustainable development, and she's also an advocate of the High Court. And so in our class of sustainable development, I asked them to deal with this generational question. And I gave them a case, and I want to give you the case here. This is a case that is very interesting. Young people in Colombia went to court and argued that the current destruction of Amazon forest denies them their right to enjoy future clean and healthy environment. Vijana walienda kotini kwa nchi ya Colombia. Wakasema kuwa kuna msitu unaitwa Amazon, unakatwa sana. Wanakata wapande ndengu. Wakasema hii mti mnakata, sisi vijana ambao tuko na miaka zinazokuja, mnatuzuia kupata haki yetu ya mazingira safi na afya nzuri. Na walisema sisi ndio tutakuwepo kesho. Kwa hivyo mkikata saizi Ya kwenyu mshaharibu, mnaharibu tena ya kwetu. So we must look at the right to sanitation also as a generational question. If you continue depositing e-waste, which causes canceric-related ailment, who are likely to be most impacted? The future generation is put in much danger. So the right to sanitation is not just a right of today. If you go back to Buju's definition of such a transformation, it's a right of the future. And therefore, University Mtaani becomes a very important place to domicile this. Allow me to conclude. I want to conclude again by Father Buju's own assertion. He argues that this idea of such a transformation must be an invitation to rethink our values. We must rethink our values. Article 10 of the Constitution of Kenya talks about values. And the values include the value of dignity, which is at the center of this debate today, participation, human rights, sharing of power, sustainability, devolution. But remember that article says it includes. So the list of values there are not exhaustive. So the invitation therefore today to us is to ask ourselves, what are the new humanness values that we would like to generate and stand on as the basis of building a new humanness, a humanness that is conscientious of the right sanitation for the present generation and future generation. I leave you with one final message. The lesson from Japan of the 1724 scenarios tells us when we become modern, as we think we are becoming, it should not necessarily lead to sanitation crisis. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Asante. Makofi nyingine kwake. So before I invite the next speaker, is from Prof. Mwenyewe, Professor Steve Ouma. I think University Mtaani, we need to have a very robust research center. Because what I believe is the studies that we have and whatever we are doing in the community needs to replicate. And once we have research whereby we can publish and also see what is happening in the informal settlement, and also how can we turn waste into a meaningful, I think we can have a very robust kind of education. And my take is we know we can as University Mtaani. We know we are in the heart of Eastland, and Eastland is everything. Ama Eastland sio kila kitu. Si Eastland ndio kila kitu, huku ndio tuko, huku ndio kusema. Sawa. So thank you so much, Prof. Once again we appreciate Prof kwa makofi matatu ya nyayo. Nikisema moja unapiga vile tunapiganga, si ndio? Moja, mbili, tatu, funga, fungua. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So before I invite the next speaker, I would like to recognize the following. Tafadhali, be appreciated, feel recognized. So first and foremost, our PhD students, welcome in the house. Kama mko inua mkono tafadhali. If you are here, just say hi. Our PhD students. Mekana Prof. That's biasness. So welcome so much. Our CHPs, if you are in the house, the CHPs, karibu sana. Shofco team, volunteers. Shofco, thank you. Muungano na vijiji. Okay. Inueni mkono tena. Asanteni sana. So muungano na vijiji. PHO, I understand PHO is with us. Karibu kabisa. And then PWDs, representatives. Okay, Steve. Thank you. DVC Academy, karibu sana. Tunasema wewe ndio sisi. Na sisi ni wewe, si ndio? Okay, thank you. Capuchin TV, we appreciate you. New people, we appreciate you. Our lecturers, kuna ule aliniambia lazima nikuwe na max lecturers, so feel appreciated. Utasimama, weka tu hapo ndo nisi lose marks, weka tu, relax. We have the alumni from University Mtaani. We appreciate you also. And also we have the current students. Check it up. The current students are also with us. One of the current students, alikuwa Buni, who was hitting the drums. Amani beating them. So Boni is also part of us. The church representative and also the priest. We are saying karibuni sana. And social entrepreneurs, wale wenye biashara, the money is there. So what we need to play is support a student in University Mtaani. So just adapt a student. If you can adapt a student in University Mtaani. We have a lot of challenges there, but also we like what you are doing. So don't feel as if if you feel you can donate something, you can pass by, know our university, see how the university looks like. Maybe you can even say we need a library. In our university we don't have a strong library, but we need a library. We are also pleading to have the research team to be there, because I know we will not let Tangaza, our main campus, down. We will not let them down. So also we'll give you flyers. We have our flyers. And our flyers have our programs. I'm saying, najipigia debe, tunapigia University Mtaani debe. So msichangai, ndo nikaribisha the next speaker. So we have our flyers that have our programs and where we are located. And nyumba yetu ni poa. We have a very nice school. It's only that we don't have a banner showing that it's University Mtaani. So also I would like to recognize the Sandbox, which is here. And apart from Sandbox, service learning also have been represented. And also lastly, the group of Sanitation group, Kariobangi, West Alliance, Kiamaiko Environmental, and Gay. So tuwakaribishe sisi wote, sio? So tuwapigie makofi, tuambie karibuni. Karibuni na karibuni. So my next speaker. I'm being reminded, imagine we are that big. So we also have in our midst the Catholic members of parliament as part of us. Mnaona vile tumeshikba, tuko tu sawa, sio? So we appreciate all the Catholic members of parliament who are with us and who are also will be represented. So tunasema feel at home, feel welcome. So the next speaker is a big wig, the Mongol. So our Mongol, the first madam to be here. So tunasema anaitwa Dr. Judith Pete. So who is Dr. Judith Pete? So the Mongol. Dr. Judith Pete is a complete senior lecturer and global researcher who currently serves as the African Regional Coordinator for the Universitate Service Learning Global Network, where she champions community engagement learning and open pedagogy across African universities with over a decade of leadership in higher education institutions and regional NGOs. Our work focuses on advancing inclusion, equitable and context-responsive education system that position local community as creators of knowledge. So, nataka nikisema moja, unapiga makofi moja, Dr. Pete akikuja. Moja! Ni hivyo tu, usiende zaidi hapo. So, Dr. Pete, karibu sana. Mwone tu vile ni mrembo, sino? University imeweza ama haijaweza? Imeweza, sio? Thank you.
Asante sana mjukuu wangu hao. Yes, as Sarafina boasts for her students, I boast for my grandchildren. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride on the protocols that have been set for this specific function, and I appreciate very much the organizers of this symposium, which is so much dear and close to my heart. And to my fellow colleagues, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics and Research, Professor Daniel Kitonga, my director, Reverend Dr. Dumara, and a professor friend of mine who should also be my personal human rights defender, Professor Akoth. Let's give a round of applause to Professor Akoth for what he said. For if I was living in Korokocho then I would really cost my black soil highly. Thank you very much for the lessons I've learned today. There are new things that are coming up. Now, before I start my presentation, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to proudly mention that I am an alumni of the Institute of Social Transformation. Please, a round of applause for that. Second to that, may I invite the students and alumni of the University Mtaani to kindly rise. We just want to see you and appreciate you because you are the ones that have made us to be here today. The students and the alumni of the University Mtaani, please rise. We are so proud of you. Ladies and gentlemen, a better round of applause to this team. They are the model. This is the great model that the Kenya education system needs to emulate to ensure that the CBC program succeeds. Thank you very much. May you be seated. Today, my presentation will be in two folds. The first fold is what I'm going to talk about that may be theoretical in nature, but this is what I chose, and the second bit of it will be more practical. So I'm looking forward to ensuring that my presentation today is practical, hopeful, participatory, and inspiring. So the practical bit of it will be done after I complete my first session by Mr. Moses Mugambi, who is a service learning advocate and also an academic administrator at Tangaza University. So please just bear with us. I'll try to be very brief and quiet in good time. Now, how does service learning help universities improve people's lives, not just to educate students? This is basically the question I was rattling with when my director approached me to talk about service learning as a model for sanitation and public health. And then I pondered about from classroom to community, how service learning improves sanitation, public health, and human dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start my presentation with a very short story. Let us all reflect about these three incidents. The first incident is that let us imagine a child walking through dirty water every morning just to reach school. I'm talking about 3, 4, 5 years babies. Mothers in the house, you know what I feel. Every day, you prepare the child, she or he walks into that dirty water to school and back. Think about also a mother who has no nearby clean toilet. Mama, mwabarikiwa na mtoto. Ni baraka kwetu kama wamama, kama kifamilia. Lakini hakuna wale mahali unaita toilet. Reflect the first 7 days after delivery, the women in the house. And just reflect upon that and think about such kind of a situation or a circumstance in our lives as women. And you have to drive this family and ensure that each and every person in the house is happy. Finally, imagine a family whose drinking water becomes contaminated every rainy season. Kukinyesha kuna shida. Kiangazi pia ikija tunalalamika. Jamani kuna tatizo. Do you agree with me there's a problem? Thank you. Now, let me ask you this simple question, friends. Is sanitation only about toilets? Hello? Sanitation about only toilets? No, thank you. It is about dignity that my previous speakers mentioned very well. It is about health. It is about opportunity. It is about justice. And therefore, every university should ask, how can our knowledge improve the lives of the people around us? And if we start asking such questions as institutions for higher learning, then we are in the right track to transform societies, which will then become holistic and sustainable. So what is service learning? Let us not use big, gigantic terminologies to define service learning. Service learning is basically solving real community problems, period. And so, students learn in class, then they use that knowledge to serve the community, and finally return to class to reflect what they learned. And that gives us a very practical and open understanding of the term service learning. And this is the model that University Mtaani uses. The model that Tangaza is embracing. The model that the church is working towards through what it calls the pastoral cycle. And so we learn, serve, reflect, improve, and serve better. This is the essence of the university education in the 21st century. So remember, service learning is not charity. Service learning is not volunteering alone. It is learning, service, reflection, and partnerships. That makes it a complete whole, that then makes the university education more practical and relevant in the 21st century. And so this is what we need to do. In short, then we need to encourage our learners. We need to bring our children to University Mtaani so that we can be able to transform the society in a manner that is sustainable. Why is service learning in the slums? Hello? Professor Okothme talked about many of these things. What challenges do informal settlements face that make us think so much about the slum areas? Any problem you remember? Something that comes to your mind? Problems, please, one? You've forgotten. Please, one? Sewage. Thank you very much. Any other? Yes, sir. Toilet. Somebody else? Something else? We have forgotten. Oh, can I? Yes, sir. Insecurity. One more. The gender. Ladies, are you in the mama? Hello? Yes, sir. Poverty. Yes. Thank you very much. Overpopulation. Now, just to mention a few, thank you very much for those who have contributed. There's quite a number of challenges that we face. And going by your responses, we talked about poor sanitation, there's open drainage, there is flooding, there is poor housing, there's waste management issue challenges, disease outbreaks, unsafe water, youth unemployment. This list can be very long. Now, can universities solve these alone? Can the government solve this alone? Together we can, right? So, service learning becomes a powerful tool to help us by bringing us all together to form that partnership that will then help us to counter these challenges that we are facing in our various midst. Now, how can service learning improve sanitation and public health then? We talk about four folds. One, I'm thinking of students becoming problem solvers. And therefore, I challenge my colleagues in the house, please let us reduce exams. Hello? Do you agree with me, students? Can we reduce examination? Reduce exams? Or we remove exams? We reduce examinations, right? then we get more into practicality of what we teach to make sense in the society and transform lives. And therefore, when we reduce examination, we create more time and opportunity for students to observe, to listen, work with the communities, and co-design solutions. I like that last bit of co-designing solutions. That means we are not coming with solutions to impose in the society, but we are building up together this solution that will then respond to the real problem in the society. And that is basically what then students need to work towards. I challenge the PhD students who are here, my soon becoming colleagues. Friends, I'm very happy that you're attending this symposium. Please, push us towards reducing more exams and then giving you more time to come and co-design solutions with the communities. So each and every person in a school or in a university setup has something to contribute. Talk about social transformers like myself, we need to implement the pastoral cycle. See what the Uruma team is doing. That's what we need to do. Engineers, they need to come up with waste mapping, what needs to be done. Health students should talk about health education very openly, very, very frequently. Business students need to talk about sanitation, social enterprises. ICT students need to report illegal dumping. Communication students need to create awareness campaigns, and law students then need to talk about environmental rights. Meaning everyone has something to contribute. All of us has a stake, and it's our responsibility to ensure that we use our education to transform the society. Number two, communities becoming partners. I'm trying to see how service learning is responding to the need of sanitation in the informal settlement. Now, communities become partners, and therefore never say, we help the poor. No, that is really an irresponsible statement. We need to say, we learn together. We learn together. And therefore, communities already have the knowledge that we need to transform. Universities bring research to find out the facts. Communities bring experience that we need to build these co-designed solutions. And finally, together we create better solutions. So this is what we call the co-creation of knowledge. We wrangle with this also in the open space and ensuring that if we co-create, then we are responding to the right solutions. Number three is about public health improvements. So remember, better sanitation saves lives. Therefore, we lobby for cleaner environment, less diseases, healthy families, children attending school, adults work, and communities thrive. And my fourth point is about students becoming better citizens. As a student, we have a responsibility. Kenyans in the house, remember next year we are going to the elections. What is your responsibility? What role are you playing? That is food for thought for all of us Kenyans in the house. So service learning then teaches us to be compassionate, to be leaders, to form teams, to respect, to listen, innovate, and become very, very human. And therefore, we cannot learn all this that I'm pointing out from textbooks alone. We get most of these through experiences from the communities. So we need to come to the community. We need to work with the communities and co-design solutions. Relevant examples that I want to bring to your attention, friends, is that social transformation students should steer community cleanup campaigns. These are things we can always do. In your projects, when you are told to, an assignment given to you by your dear lecturers, before they award you that mark, we should shift on how we do our examinations, how we are assessing students. If they come up with a beautiful program or project that is going to directly solve a problem in the communities, I need to give you 100%. If you give me theories that you've read and nowadays things have been made easier by the advanced technology the AI has given to you, I give you 10%. And I think we have to shift our assessment models so that we can ensure that our education is responding to our needs as Africans. household sanitation surveys. We need to promote and encourage our students to do these surveys in our households. School hand washing programs, this I think is happening, right? I remember we went with one of my students, Herbert Dondi, to Latin America in Argentina, and he was talking about this project of sanitation through hand washing within the households. And that was a beautiful present that he gave, and that is also how University Mtaani has traveled the world to let people understand that we exist. We do the right things in terms of education through transformative methods. Waste segregation projects, menstrual hygiene education. We need to venture into this, especially within the informal settlements. Our girls are suffering. Our mothers are going through a lot. It is a call to all students within the universities to come up with projects that can enhance that specific talk on menstrual hygiene education. Tree planting, this goes without saying. We need trees so that we can be able to live and uphold lives. Water quality testing, youth environment clubs, community health. These are just but few topics that I'm enhancing and encourage students to start thinking about when we talk about public health and sanitation. Remember, not every project succeeds. Hello? Or all of yours succeeds? Yeah, my experience for the many years I've lived is that not all projects succeed. There are challenges. So we always talk about limited funding, short project periods, lack of trust, poor coordination, students turnover, sustainability. But then how do we make projects last? I think that is why we are here today. The best way to make projects last is to ensure that the community owns the project. Community ownership is the only way for sustaining the projects in the communities. When you own something, you protect it. You want to participate. You are keenly on it. You are building it. And whoever is bringing mchezo, what happens? Anachapwa, sivyo? So if we want sustainability in community projects, then we need to ensure that they are owned by the communities where we serve. So I challenge my colleagues in the academia, please, let us engage the community and let the great things happen. As I finalize my presentation, please, I want to put this clear that a university is not measured only by the number of graduates it produces. It is measured by the lives it changes. Every clean street, every healthy child, every family with safe water, every youth empowered, every disease prevented begins when knowledge leaves the classroom and enters the community. Are we together, friends? Is anything happening? And so, service learning reminds us that education is not only about earning a degree. It is about restoring dignity. It's about improving lives and building healthier communities. So when universities walk alongside communities rather than ahead of them, learning becomes transformation, service becomes partnership, and sanitation becomes a pathway to human dignity. So if every university student spent just 2 hours a week solving one real community problem, what would our informal settlements look like in 5 years? That is my parting shot, ladies and gentlemen. If every university student, male and female, spend just 2 hours a week solving one real community problem, what would our informal settlements look like in 5 years? My student Dondi talked about Vision 2060. What do we have in line for this vision? And how great have we evaluated the impact of the Vision 2030? Where are we? What did we do wonderfully? Where did we fail? How are we going to counter the challenges that did not make us meet the Vision 2030? What plans do we have for the Vision 2060? These are the questions we need to ask ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that a university is not measured by the number of graduates. Something is happening. And therefore, within the program of service learning, we are in 7 regions in the world. This program is also for Africa, and it is for us, the University Mtaani, because you have the model that portrays service learning across the globe. And therefore in Africa we are 13 countries, of which Kenya is one of the countries, and Tangaza University is the hub for service learning. And this is the program I coordinate for the Africa Hub, and therefore I want to thank you very much. And I close by mentioning that universities should teach with the communities, research community problems, build long-term partnerships, involve local leaders, and measure impact. With that, friends, may I invite my colleague, Moses Mugambi? Okay. Okay. Yes, it seems they are working on something with my great team on the practical aspect of this. We wanted to do a short game. Thank you very much. Will be done during the discussion, so that is even better. So friends, as I wind up, I want to leave you that can we embrace the African philosophies that govern our actions and also portrays us as true Africans, like the Ubuntu and Harambee philosophies. I want to stop there for now, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. Hatutampigia hiyo makofi, tutampigia ya Obama. Simama hapa tu. Just stand here. Ya Obama inaendanga hivi. One clap, mpaka akae chini. Okay? Do we start? So, 1, 2, go. Thank you very much. She has left me the challenge. Asking myself, do I expect to give, or do I expect to receive? The moment we change the way we look at things, we are going to change the community. Am I giving or am I receiving? If we all receive, who will give? And if we all give, what kind of community would we have? So thanks a lot. I want to call the next speaker. I want to believe you are not very tired. Every time ask your neighbor, are you learning something? Now, ukue honest. Usema hiyo kizungu ni mingi sana, mimi sijashika kitu. Make sure you leave this place with about 2 to 10 learnings, lessons that you have learned that can make your life better, your household better, and your community better. That is how we learn. It's not a must that you go to class, okay? So I want to introduce another friend of mine. I have many friends, just like I have many students. He is called Charles. Charles Kibue Karogo. He is a dedicated public health officer with extensive experience in community health, sanitation management, and epidemic response within Nairobi City County. And as a sub-county public health officer for Mathare, he plays a pivotal role in designing and executing localized health interventions, ensuring vulnerable communities access essential sanitation and preventive medical care. So we want to look at the issue of sanitation and health from the importance of enhanced governance in making sure that health and sanitation is working for the communities in the settlements of Nairobi. Karibu sana Bwana PHO. Tupige makofi anapokuja.
Mornings. Hey, madam, mnipatia title mingi sana. Habari zenyu. So my name is Charles Kibwe. I'm a public health officer. I work for the county of Nairobi. I don't know some of you, maybe you have interacted, but I've been in the service for quite some time. My colleagues from the university, I was invited. I was wondering, where do you start? So I'm here on behalf, I'm the sub-county public health officer for Mathare sub-county. I know this is Embakasi North. So basically what I can say is that I never had a structure, but it's always good because most of the things have been said by my colleagues who are lecturers. It's great, and I'm happy to see the community members who are here. So as you are aware, is that health is a devolved function under the structure of government. Initially, we used to be in the national government, but now after devolution, is a devolved function. And I'll agree with you, as a health sector, we're also facing some challenges because of structures which are there, they are not in place. But we are trying our level best. Is that what I can say in a matter of governance is as it is being devolved, we have the sub-county structures where we have the sub-county administration. Like now for Mathare North, you are aware that Nairobi basically has 47 counties. No, 47 counties are in the entire republic. Yes, Nairobi, how many counties are there? Sub-counties, sorry. 17. And all of us are there in those sub-counties. We have my colleagues, this is Embakasi North, me, I'm in Mathare sub-counties. And for governors that we usually have our structures. When I'm standing here on behalf of my medical officer of health, because we fall under the medical officer of health. Under the medical officer of health, we have our structures because we have all the departments which fall, lab, nursing, pharmacy, we have our MOH where we answer to. So for issues of sanitation, sanitation is very broad. And coming from the informal settlements, we have our challenges. I'm happy to say that here, I'm happy to see the CHPs we are here. They are doing a considerable job because these are the people who are in touch with the community and they relate to us what is happening. And you are able to take it up and see how we can go about it. Issues of waste, I can agree, there are challenges, but you have a department on environment. One thing we can agree, let me tell you, is that Nairobi has got basically challenges because being a capital city. You know, Nairobi is a transit area. We can have, like now, I'm very happy to say that currently we have not had any outbreaks. Mnazileo tumekuwa na shida ya kipindupindu. You see now when it happens there, inakuja paka hapa. But we are trying our level best. I'd like to congratulate the CHPs and the community members. Because what has been happening, kama ni issues that we should own our own problems. At times, unapata mtu amepata the MI1 presenter said, takataka isikuwe ni mambo ya county. Ati nakuchukua tu kitu. You see, the other day, we had a very big challenge with floods. You saw it. And it was alleged because of our way we are doing things. Mtu atu anashika kitu anatupa nje. Inene na block our drains. It brings a lot of problems. By the time we sort that disaster, it has, and we have our own challenges. So governance is key, and we are trying our level best. We also have, from public health perception, we have our surveillance officers who are able to capture in case of any outbreaks which are there. There's this thing we call kitchen, we keep on repeating those issues of polio. We have our surveillance forces who keep on surveying the drainage system of our sewerage system so that we take these things to the laboratory for analysis, and currently we don't have that challenges. Of course, we are coming from a COVID era. That time you remember very well, it was a very strange disease, and we enhanced our hand washing systems. In actual fact, during COVID, we never had issues of outbreak because kila mtu alikuwa na ile mtindo wa kufanya nini? Kuosha mikono. I don't know whether it is still there or it may fade off. The other day my colleagues asked Charles, where are these wash handing systems? Zilienda wapi? So let's have a system where we own our own problems so that isikuwe ni story ya gava. Because by the time right now we have in a scare of this thing called Ebola. I'm happy most of the CHPs have been trained. I concur. We are training our level, but we don't want it here because by the time it comes, is an issue which can give us a lot of problems. And we are coming from a third world country where resources, you know what is happening. So governance is very key so that we are able to tunasema sasa tunataka kuleta karibu na watu. So governance is very key. Each and every Monday meetings, we usually go for meetings and we're able to highlight the problems which are there and we take them up so that isikuwe ni ile story ilikuwa inatoka headquarters. So these are some of the things which are happening. So governance is very key. Those are some. No, we have a lot of challenges in the informal settlements, issues of the piping system. Yeah, the water. I know water is a challenge. Unapata pipe mali zimepitia. It is quite a challenge, but we're trying to do our level best. Issues of sewage. Noma sana, si ndio? Kila saa. What is there is that Nairobi systems were done way back in the 70s. But this time we can agree. Si tumeongezeka. Population is there. I'm told Korogocho nimesikia Pro akiongea hapa. Dandora was more of an informal, ilikuwa hizi nyumba za chini. But what are we having now? Si tuko na high rise. You can imagine your high rise and ile sewage bado ijakuwa. But I'm told the government they on the ski of rehabilitation the entire sewerage system. Mumeona huko kwa mto. So we are trying to do something because sewage is another big problem. Kila saa na pia daktari even in my kila saa hata nikiwa utaona tu kishu zinakuwa reported. Kuna sewer outbreak. Because also you have challenge. You have landlords. I'm not accusing you. Some of these guys, I'm sorry to say, walikuja wakajenga on top of what? The sewer line. It becomes, by the time you trace that sewage, it becomes a very big problem. Hata unapata, I'm sorry, so unaenda mahali ingine unapata manhole iko ndani ya nyumba. You know, it's planning, it's issues of planning, but at least we are getting somewhere. So that is the match. I know we have interacted with some of the students, and let's have that social responsibility. I'm very happy to tell you, in the informal center, we don't have problems. They are very cooperative. In actual fact, when we are doing our immunization days, atunanga shida. Utapata mama analetea watoto, si mahali ingine unasumbuliwa, utafute si barua ya nani. But in these areas, we are very comfortable and we are able to achieve our numbers. So that is a much I can say, others will work very much together. I really, really appreciate it. I have my colleague, maybe you can stand and say something, please. Nimeongea masiongea. Najua naweza kuwa naongea para chiongelesha. That is happy.
Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Pasaka. I'm a public health officer. I'm working at Madare. Today I just came as a participant. When my senior invited me, I said that I'll come and learn. And so far I've learned so much and I'm grateful. And I hope that I'll be invited in the next such event so that we can learn and interact more. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
That was very brief. And thanks a lot. Can we give a heart of appreciation? Yeah, he has told us how they are managing the issue of sanitation and the structures that are involved. And is well represented in the house by the community health promoters. So thanks a lot. We need to really work together with University Mtaani, especially when we are doing community dialogues, when we are talking with the communities on how to enhance proper sanitation and wash activities. Okay, thanks a lot. We have coming up after the next speaker is a group discussion. Very simple questions. We will be now talking about ourselves and writing something down. We are kind of rushing because we say this is a half-day program and we want by lunch we have finished well and we are going to finish with, we are going to share meals. So I want to keep your appetite high. I know you are feeling like, hey, kwani workshop haina chai? Leo tunakunywa maji. We are also talking about good health. Sindio? At least to train your body that today we are doing water. Ukienda nyumbani jioni, unaweza rarua hiyo ugali, sindio? Tena ile brown, very nice. So thanks a lot. I want to invite our last speaker. Lazima tuwasomee their achievements so that they feel motivated to stand in front. Sio rahisi kusimama hapa mbele. You have to motivate them. And I want to introduce my student this time. A former student of mine. She's Diana Mulala, and she's an alumna. I'm told students have gender categories. Alumnus is a male former student. Alumna is a female former student. So she's an alumna of Tangaza University and University Mtaani. She's also a community mobilizer, a community paralegal, and a community health promoter working within the informal settlements of Nairobi. So I would want to welcome her to come and talk to us about the methodology of involving the communities in improving their sanitation and health. Welcome, Diana.
Hi, everyone. I'm pleased to stand in front of everyone, and I ride in to all protocol observed. My name is Diana Mulala. Dr. Ojore used to tell me I introduce myself as alumni. So I'm an alumni University Mtaani, and also an alumni at Tangaza University main campus. And I'm very grateful to stand in front of everyone. And I want to discuss the power of dialogue in our communities. My seniors, my professors, and my lecturers have spoken all about what is done in University Mtaani, but now I want to demonstrate the practical part of it. What we used to do and what we are currently doing in our communities. So the University Mtaani methodology of learning involves the service learning, whereby we have the classwork, we attend classes, and also we have the community engagement. Whatever we learn from the classes, we take it direct to the community whereby we live. And we use the dialogues and action research on such. So wherever we learn in the classes, we go to our communities and we apply the dialogues. And after that, at the end, we, as University Mtaani students, we do an action research. We write a paper on whatever we've been doing on the community. So let me go to the community dialogue. On the issue of my presentation, I will also give practical best practices which we have had in our communities. So in our dialogues, we use the methodology of circle of praxis. This is a very practical method which we use in our communities. For one, in circle of praxis, we have insertion. The insertion is the fact that I'm based in the community. So I don't need to come from other sides and start studying the community I'm talking about. Already I'm inserted in the community. So that gives me a priority to understand what is happening there. The other thing we use in University Mtaani, we do identify the problem in those communities, the kind of the problems and the issues we have in those communities. The fact that we are already in the community, we really understand what is happening there. That gives us a marks on that. Then from there is another step known as the analysis. The analysis of the problem we have. We go and sit together with the community and understand, now that we understand this is the issue within our community, how does it affect us? How do you see it? For how long has it been having? Have we been having the issue? Then after that discussion, there is whereby we capture the people's minds, the people's hearts. We provoke each and everyone and really understand, truly this is an issue which is living amongst us. And through that, now we go to the next step whereby we understand the value-based reflection. What does our constitution say about the said problem? For example, if it's the issue of sanitation, what does Article 43 say about sanitation? We also ask ourselves, what does the Bible say about this? Does God really need dirty people? What does it say, the part of whereby we include the Bible? What does our customs say about this problem? By this way, we make people really come into understanding that this problem, even if we stay with it, there are some regulations which does not agree on this. Now we come to the last part whereby we ask the people to come with the solutions towards the said problem. And now here we come into a way whereby we need everybody to own the problem and also to come up with a solution towards it. That is the methodology of circle praxis used in University Mtaani. Congratulations to those people who brought this methodology, because for us, we used to be professors in the community who did not know how to drive this method. As students, our work was to do a follow-up on the solutions provided. After we do everything, the people offer the solutions. Now, as a student, our task is to look for to do a follow-up towards seeing these people achieve whatever they have proposed. Let me give a case study of a successful story, which I will give us as a successful story. For me, I live in the settlements in Embakasi Central, Kangurue settlement. It is a slum. And I have seen my former public health officer here who has transferred to this area. So when I speak of Kangurue, he knows what I'm speaking about. Kangurue is a slum, just said in Spine Road and just said Kayole. And it has a population of, we have 600 households, which is equivalent to 2,400 people. This settlement, we had lived there for 20 years. And the funny thing, as we were living there, when we started living there, nobody amongst us thought of, now that we have a community living here, how are we going to have our toilets? And because majority of people they did not have that knowledge, or they were not thinking along that line, including me. We were not thinking along that line. Some people went and dug a hole which reached the main sewer line, which we used as a toilet. We had 2 of them. And that is where we used as, those are the toilets we used as our toilets for more than 20 years. And we were very comfortable. And we were not thinking of anything. We were just there. So when I joined University Mtaani, and we were told we go and have dialogues, and I was provoked before I came out of the class. Then I thought of Kanguruwe, where we have only 2 toilets which have been put on top of the main sewer line, whereby even if a iron sheet is put, it only takes 3 weeks and it rusts due to the emission which is coming from the toilet. And thus we were not seeing it as an issue. When we went and called a dialogue, we used a code. And the code we used was a picture code, whereby we drew the toilets and the children crawling towards the toilet and the rust on top of the roof. And we called all the people from the community, and we put the picture just on the wall, and we told them, today we are speaking about sanitation in our area. Our code really spoke for itself. We asked them, what do you see? It was like we are seeing our toilet. When we decoded the code, before we even finished the process of decoding the toilet, the code, people were like, that is enough, Diana. That is enough. Can we speak on how we are going to do it? Because people just saw it as if we have been living in another world, and now you have brought another world. What can we do towards this? When we asked, has it happened? Is it happening? Yes, it is happening. It is our toilet. It is there. Do we have diseases in our? Yes. Majority of women were saying that they are ever in the facility, and my PHO can confirm from the facility level, Kayole 1, many women were going there with fungal infections. Diarrhea was a norm of the day. And also the issue of low dignity within the people. As one woman stated when we were doing the dialogue, she said that for me, I cannot even invite my parents to come here. Because when it came during the night, we could meet in a place we called it Adava for going for the toilet. We never minded a man or a woman or a kid. You just relieve yourself and go. And it was a norm of a day. So through critiquing the situation, let me tell you, we saw wonders. We critiqued the situation today. The following day, the community itself, people took jembes and they started digging their own sewer lane towards the main sewer line before they reached the offices to ask for permission to be granted for them to be given a sewer line. So, within a span of 3 weeks, the community itself, they mobilized themselves. They bought for themselves the pipes, They did the connection by themselves, and we used to say, if we are not helped, we cannot make it. But that day we did it. We didn't need even anybody to help us do that. The community mobilized itself. We dug the sewer line, and we requested for permission from Nairobi Water to reconnect the sewer lines to the main sewer line, and we got a sewer line. A population of 600 households, around 575 households installs the toilets in their households, direct in their households. That is what, for me, I saw as a drastic change. People started resonating in another way. Watu wakaanza kuona ya kwamba wao ni watu na wanafaa waishi kama wanadamu. Kwa sababu tuliishi maisha yenye ni nduni, maisha yenye haifai binadamu kuishi. Sometimes I like putting it in Swahili for it to sink. So we felt now we have become people who live in dignity. The transformation part of it is that in 2017, Kangaroo slums was declared an open defecation free. Is it true, my PHO? Yes, it was declared an open defecation free. The issue of fungal infections which were reported in the facility reduced, and we can get the statistics from the facility. The issue of waterborne disease became minimal, and the issue of the dignity was improved. Now we can call our parents to visit us. We will not just sit there. That is on communal perspective. On my personal benefit as a DCDE alumni, for me, I had an opportunity to attend classes after 25 years since I had finished my Form 4. Already my last born and finished university as I joined my DCDE program to take my diploma. Also, I got more skills on my community work as a community health promoter and a community mobilizer. And the other thing is, while I was studying, I could also do my own work at my own level. Nothing stopped. I was attending my class, and also I was performing my daily duties as I attend the classes. And the best thing I got is that my way of perceiving and my way of seeing things really changed from that moment. I also got a diploma in civic and development education, a certificate, not a participation certificate, a certificate. I got a certificate in diploma and civic and development education, which I'm proud of. And more so, I went ahead and I got a BA in sustainable and human development at the age of 50. That is when I got my BA at the age of 50. And I'm proud of that. and also waiting to join the master's program the soonest possible. So, through this service learning, you might ask, what are you doing with all these certificates now? You are telling us you have so many certificates. What are you doing with them? For now, I am a community paralegal. I used to like the issues of advocacy, and the Muungano people in the house can attest that. I liked being in advocacy, and I have been Nairobi People's Settlement Network Secretary General, but through this kind of education, it really sharpened me. I knew the laws and the rules and what should be done when and where, and I became a community paralegal working under the office of the NG Kenya. And now we are resolving disputes out of the court. You have a case, we feel that we can approach the court, we approach the court, we bring the case to the community, we resolve it, I write a report, I take back to the court, and you get your justice. That is the power of the kind of education we have got in Tangaza. So through that, I have resolved more than 5 cases which I have successfully done them. And a case study was a case whereby I resolved a case which had taken 30 years. And it was a succession case whereby along the case, 15 people had died as they do the follow-up of the case. Believe me or not, within 8 months, the case had been resolved. Now, everyone in that family has a title deed, and they are no longer fighting. Now they are living in peace. As also a community health promoter, I sit in the county health committee to represent all the CHPs in Nairobi County. So the CHPs in the house, hi. So through whatever I have achieved, now I am able to argue with those guys there because I have the knowledge. I know the right. I know what should be done, when, where, how. So I think this is the best kind of education we need as the community. Let us, all the community, embrace this kind of education. In matters of resolving issues in the community, I do them on a daily basis. I cannot give all what I'm doing in the community. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So, Mama, come. When I was in Afghanistan, say Afghanistan, huh? So when I was in Afghanistan, huh, I was taught how to clap. So do you want to know how to clap? So you want to clap for this beautiful lady. Sindo? Ama jaweza? Sameza? Imagine ni harusi. So, nikisema, Wahmin talanta, you clap thrice. 1, 2, 3. We try. Wahmin talanta. Nice one. So you're in Afghanistan, huh? If I say warhe, you clap once. Warhe? Aha. Good students, huh? So walianza hivi. Walianza tu hivi, ukakuwa good students, no? Sawa. When I say wamsin, you clap 5 times. Huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh? Wamsin. Yeah. Now we do it. Huh? Tayarisha mkono, tayarisha mkono. Wahmin talanta. Wahmin talanta. Warhe. Wamsin. Nice one. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, before the next entertainment, I know we are seated, we are tired, but we want to do a reflection, a feedback, question and answer from Prof. Mwenyewe kama uko na swali, utauliza Prof. Useme, Prof, ulituambia kuhusu ABCD. What is what? And then ako hapa atajibu, si ndio? Tuko pia na daktari mwenyewe Pete. Pia utamwambia, you talked about service learning, ABCD. What is happening? Huh? So, this is an open discussion and also a reflection, and it will be facilitated or tunatumianga kinaitwa Delta. Facilitated with my co-MC. Atanisaidia hapa mbele. So, we are making it as open as possible. If you have a feedback, a question, a reflection, unainua mkono mahali uko, I bring a microphone to you, and then you address your question to someone who you think anafaa ama mtu yote. Generally, it is our learning. So, no. Are we ready? Kama sio hivyo tutauliza maswali pia sisi. So, Sarafina, endelea.
Maswali.
Steve mwenyewe ndiye anauliza swali sasa hapa. Na
good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm Maurice Otieno, a student in Tangaza University Mtaani. And just a concern here that if education is equalizer and then it is brought within a community and at the same time it is maybe affordable to the community, and when it comes to people with disabilities, if it cannot be accessed, if it is inaccessible, then at the same time persons with disability won't access it. According to the structure, the institution, the way it is constructed, it is somehow a challenge for persons with disability to be accommodated within. So my concern is that to the relevant people, the management of the institution and the lecturers, please, if you want to accommodate persons with disabilities, please make it accessible so that education can be equalizer to each and every individual. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a comment and a very powerful one. Thanks, Maurice. So that's something to consider. Okay?
But we'll get somebody to reply, yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm Daniel Odhiambo, a community worker, also Kenya Red Cross responder. My question goes to Professor. He gave us a very good research here, and as an academia, I was just want to ask on behalf of people of Eastlands or Embakasi North. Now, Embakasi North has become as a dumping site. And if you see, that dumping site has some side effects. So, as the professor or those who are learned, how can they help us as Embakasi North so that many people cannot get contaminated with such kind of diseases due to that dam site?
Swali kwa professor. That is Kariobangi. Embakasi North. Okay, fine. So, Professor, a big thought there. Okay.
Habari zenu?
Mzuri.
Mimi ningependa kuuliza swali kulingana na vile Professor wetu Steve wa muungano vile alivyosema kwamba takataka inafaa ishughulikiwe mahali imetoka. isiende kwa watu wengine ama isiende kuwekwa kwa wengine, kwa sababu hata hao pia ni binadamu na wanastahili pia kujitengenezea mahali pao. Ningependa katika hii Health and Sanitation Symposium program zenu ama katika hali ya kuweza kusaidia watu kama, kwa sababu mnatufunza na mnatuacha na no solution what we can do about our waste. So kama mnaweza kutusaidia na njia ambayo waste ambazo zinatoka kwetu ziwe zina problem hiyo isolve hapo hapo. Kwa wakati huu tunaweza kupitia njia gani? Kwa sababu kama for example kama mimi natoka hapo Huruma Grogon, nafikiria Mari University yenyu iko pale, hiyo takataka iko pale mingi na watu wako pale wanashughulikia. Ni kitu gani mnaweza kufanya mahali pale ili hiyo takataka isidhuru wale ambao wanakaa hapo karibu, na pia isiwe shida ya health kwa wale ambao wanashughulika pale? Kwa sababu mmetuambia jambo kwamba tujishughulikie waste yetu hivi inashughulikiwa mahali inapotoka. Tunaweza fanya kitu gani kwa ajili kama hiyo ndio iwe contained?
Okay, thanks a lot. That's the question for Professor, but also PHO. There is the county government directive of having some designated places within a community where we temporarily put our garbage, but it's becoming a menace, let me use that word, to the community surrounding there. So how do we sort this? Are we solving problems or are we transferring them? Okay, thanks a lot. Good question. There's questions this side.
There's a question here also.
Okay, fine.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mimi naitwa Michael Mwangi kutoka upande wa Mathare. Ni chairman wa Muungano Mathare Network. Now, mimi niko hapa na concern. Mimi nasikia mnasema mambo ya takataka, na mimi kwangu takataka naona ni pesa na ni mali. Kile tunafaa kufikiria ni vipi tuweza kuitengeneza iweze kutusaidia. Mimi nikipitia mahali kuna takataka, najaribu kuangalia, naona vile iko, mimi nafurahi. Tunatafuta vijana ambaye wanaenda wanatafuta ile wanagawanya hiyo takataka. Ukiona hizi plastics, kuna wale wanaleta plastics. Kuna wale wanatafuta ile ziko cottons, zile ziko cottons huko, wanaziweka wanazileta. Kuna wale wanatafuta zile zinafaa kama magunia, wanaleta magunia. Kuna machini na finya inakuwa kama ile bell. Sasa hizi zote kuna watu, kuna makampuni inanunua. Ukikusanya hiyo makotoni upeleka, kuna wale wananunua. Hiyo magunia kuna watu wanunua. Kuna hizi plastic kuna watu wanunua. Alafu ile inabaki, kama kunaweza fikiriwa ni vipi ile uchafu ya greens na nini kama za kutengenezwa iwe kama fertilizer, inaweza kuwa tunasaidia. Ukiangalia okay, kuna hizi chosa fletchers. Sisi wale ambao wako na hizo choo wanajua hizo ni kulipa, tunalipa wakati inakuja kuchukuliwa. Alafu pengine wale wanachukua, pengine wanatengeza fertilizer, wanakuja wanatusia tena. Kwa hivyo ni kufikiria ni jinsi gani tunaweza kutumia kuangalia hizi takataka, baada ya kuwa inatusubua iwe inatusaidia kupata pesa kutoka kwake. Asanteni sana.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Mwangi. It's something we need to think about, and also to have links or linkages with the people when you umesema, like the factories that buy the gunias. Who are they? Where can we find them? Okay, fine. So those are the community resources that we need. Asante sana.
Good afternoon. I am Faith Wanjera, a YCA member here in Kariobangi. I just want to, my question goes to the one who talked about enhanced governance in the community. Me practically, I will just be very frank. I come from Korokocho. It is in most times that we see people talking about enhanced governance, speaking of, just as he said, about maintaining the sewer lines, the garbage, the water, but it ends up being a story. It ends up being a story. You have spoken about it, but practically, how did you do it? What step did you take in the community to make that possible? So I would love him to elaborate more clearer what really step they take and who do they engage in that. Because for me, I feel like they just should engage in people like doing forums like this of Community Mtaani, and practically we do. We go to build what we speak about in the community. But because in most cases they seem to fear the financial issue of how to engage in the community. And when you come and say that you went and spoke to the MP, me as a member of the community, how does it help me? And when I start, if I talk to my Abi and a few YCAs to come and do it practically, you are the same government that come and find us cleaning or trying to build something and start questioning of why and who gave us the permission to do that. So what can you do best to prove in the Eastlands and the community that all this you talk about is real and how real it can be?
Okay, thanks a lot. Question for the PHO. Now you are representing the county government when you are here, for all of us. So,
should we take two more and then we get the feedback, response?
Yeah.
Okay.
Two
so
more.
Piki pong. Tuanze na wewe, no? Tuanze na alafu tuende pale nyuma.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nora from Gay One, and I'm still a CHP at Uruba. I have a question to the county public health officer concerning waste where they are in Uruma, pale penye wanadampingi. We have several meetings with the Nairobi City Council, very, but there is no solution. Still the same problem in our car every day. We have tumeandika barua kwa Nairobi City Council concerning the dump site. Vile tulijibiwa hatukufurahi kwa sababu walisema wataleta lori zenye zitakuwa zinachukua takataka the moment zimedampiwa pale Uruma Flats, yet hizo takataka hazichukuliwi, zinazidi kuwa dump. Saizi tena wamekuja na another stage ya every group lazima wa comply na 3,000 ndio wa dump hapo. Is it fair? Secondly, taka ni mali, because sisi kama kikundi ya Ngei One tuna recycle this shredded plastic, tunafanya sorting, hizo vitu zote, but kuna zile taka si pesa, hizo ni waste, hata ukifanyaje zitakuwa waste. Still hakuna dumping site, na malipopote hakuna dumping site, lazima maugonjwa mingi zitaoka kama kipindupindu, hizi ugonjwa zingine hizi za upele lazima zitaoka kwa community. So mimi Kenya ningependa sana kama health officer anaweza simama na ma CHP hili tuepuke community zile tuna represent zisiwe na hizi maugonjwa zenye tunapata dhidi za hizi takataka zinadampiwa pale Uruma Flats. Juu pale Uruma Flats kuna community yenye inaishi. Unapata ile gorofa inatupiwa, takataka inatupwa hapa 5 minutes uendi mbali, hapo ndo takataka inatupwa. So ninge encourage, yani ninge urge our health officer kama anaweza tusaidia hiyo takataka stand na sisi, hiyo takataka itolewe pale kwa sababu ina destroy life ya watu pale. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'm sure amesikia hiyo swali na concern. One more, just one more, then you have the responses.
Okay, sawa.
Amjambo.
Hatujambo.
Kwa majina naitwa John Kagera aka Spark 2. Na mimi ni msanii na pia nimesimamia people with disabilities Ruaraka constituency. Yangu inakuja kwa health hapo kwa health. Mahali nimetoka niko na group ambayo wanachukuanga takataka. Na pia pahali nimetoka pia hatuna place ya kuweka garbages. Napata garbage na wekango pahali popote tu, lakini hatuna kiwanja. Watu walikuja ka grab viwanja zote. Hasa hatuna place yoyote. Haya, yangu question ni question moja nataka kuuliza. Tuseme kama wale vijana ambao tunafanya hiyo kazi ya garbage kwa mtaa. Ningependa mkuje na solution ya pia kuwaita. Sababu kuna mmoja kwa kijiji yetu ambaye sasa amelala hospitali. Baada ya kuokota hizo takataka wanakunywa pombe. Unaona? Hawanunui maziwa. Sasa ningependa mkuje na solution moja. Pia mnawaita, mnawafundisha mambo ya health. Vile jinsi anavyookota hizo takataka, si kwenda kunywa pombe, anaenda nanunua maziwa ama anafanya kitu kingine ambayo italeta health yake. Sababu ile chafu anaenda kushika pale, hiyo ni chafu. Unaona? Ni chafu. Pia kitoka pale, ajui anaenda kufanya nini. Unaona? Kwa hivyo hiyo ni chafu na inanuka vibaya pia, na pia anataka kufundishwa mambo ya health, vile atajimaintain. Si kuchukua zile vitu na anavuta ya harufu na bado anaenda kwa misuse. Sasa ningependa mkuje na programu nyingine ya kuita vijana wote ambao wanakota hizo vitu. Muwapatie elimu. Vile mtu akimaliza kufanya hiyo kazi, anafaidiwa kufanya. Yes.
Asante Spark 2. So sio sisi, it is all of us. Tumesema service learning is students and community. Yeah, so we are going to learn all of us, but it's a good concern. Thank you.
So we can take response and then we go to the second part and then we get entertainment and we have our group discussion as we finish up this session. So nimeona prof ameamka, imekuguza mali.
Asante. Mko poa? I would like to respond to two questions and one anchoring question. Anchoring question was accessibility of University Mtaani. And that question said that for education to be an equalizer, we must ensure accessibility. It is true, as somebody who teaches there, that the physical... it is true, as somebody who teaches there, that the physical infrastructure can be limiting. However, although we normally teach in the upper classes, we have a very good class in the ground floor. And the toilets are also located in the ground floor. That means if we have a student who cannot access the upper classes, the class will move to the lower ground floor. So the issue of physical accessibility, therefore, cannot occur because sanitation facilities ziko chini. Na ukiingia tu kuna class. So if we have a situation like that, if you come, you enroll, the class moves to where you are. So your issue iko sorted. And your class, it is not of a lower standard. It has all the facilities like all our classes. But we have also got the lesson, and our DVC is here. The university has a policy of universal planning. We don't just plan now for what we used to call the word we used to use, which was an affirmative action word. We used to call it I forget the name, but some adjustment you make to accommodate people with disability. Now we say plan so that everybody with impairment or with not can access. Then there is the question of how do you deal with Embakasi North and Andora's dump site, which is linked to the question of how do you deal with the solution on site. Now, the question on Embakasi and Andora, first I want to request, especially my sister from Korogocho, don't give up. Your language at some point ulikuwa unaanza kukata tamaa. Usikate tamaa. I now want to respond not as a scholar. I want to respond as an activist, which is my default form. We have to resist. The first solution to transformation is to resist. We have never resisted. By the way, do you know how the dump site was moved from Gunyumu back to Dandora? We resisted. Watu walikataza magari kuingia 1983, 84, walikataza magari kuingia. Then they moved back to Dandora. So resistance is a default. Resistance is not violence. Resistance is not necessarily disobeying the law. Although if a law is illegal, you disobey it. For example, in South Africa there was apartheid, sindio? Sheria ilikuwa imekubali apartheid ama iko haijakubali? Sheria ilikuwa imekubali apartheid, sindio? It was legal to be discriminated in South Africa. So people had to break that law for them to get freedom. So yes, you can break the law to get freedom. I know Major General retired will advise me otherwise. But now I'm saying, I'm talking as an activist. So resistance is a default. Now let's go to the law. I was consulting my friend Deche, who works for NEMA, and I think he will also speak later. Normally, apart from environmental impact assessment, which is done at the commencement of what we call in law unnatural use of land, there is also environmental audit. I would like us to bombard NEMA. It may not be useful now, but in the next step it will be useful. Bombard NEMA. Let us call NEMA back. Tell them, you licensed this, fill-in site. We want you to come now and look at the new impacts that we're having. That report, that process will be a tool for future action. You may doubt it now, but it will help you. So let's call back NEMA. On site, I think my friend from Muungano has responded. I think we have to start things like sorting on site. Why are we putting all the food remains, the bottles, the packing materials together? That causes a problem. We have to start sorting on site. So in your own home, it starts with me and you. Kwa nyumba yako wewe. Ile chupa ya asali, hata kama asali ilikuwa fake, unafanyaje ukimalizia? Kwa nini unaweka chupa ya asali na omena na mifupa ya samaki na nyanya ile ukutumia kwa container moja? That's the beginning of the problem. Ukiweka nyanya ukutumia na hizo vitu zambago umekata kando, those are organic recyclable, they are organic decomposing items which are very easy to return back to nature. Alafu hiyo chupa ya sali fake na chupa na bado kuna kiwi ama kiwi ilisha. Kiwi, those ones ni mali, si ndio? Hizo ni mali. So sorting from source is one of our biggest problem in Kenya. From households, me and you, sorting from source. And then ultimately, of course, we thank again the DVC. Our university is a very good university because we as lecturers, we have freedom to teach. I teach sustainable development. From this semester, my students are going to put focus on evaluating Vision 2030 and preparing a framework that can shape conversations for the future planning. That is the role of universities. So we want to encourage you, although I know most of you, nimewasoma hapa, kuna recording, so sitasema mengine, lakini I know most of you may doubt whether conversations of Vision 2060 is useful or not. But being Kenyans, I would suggest let us engage. And from the university perspective, we would like to prepare our students to start shaping the agenda by saying, look, if we evaluate Vision 2030, this is what we find out. And therefore, we want the following to be in the agenda for Vision 2060. As I conclude, why is that important? You remember for many years, as Kenyans, we had no contribution on national budget. Then, under the new constitution, the budget discussions have changed. And if you realize in our country, Kenyans are now having more voice in the budget. And if you doubt, ask the Gen Zs, isn't it? But initially, all of us had given up. They said, no, it's not possible. Look at CDF. We had no influence on CDF for many years. We've been engaging. Now, our voice in the CDF are starting to emerge. So let us engage, and what we'll do as a university is to help you with the evidence and how to shape the question. Thank you very much. You can invite the others to respond to other questions.
So thank you. We had a question for PHO.
Hello. Hey, ni moto kali sana. Sasa, unajua, I'm here, it's as if everything from the county is falling on me. Ile story iko, me I'm in health. And health is just a subsector in the entire department. But ile kitu iko is that we must agree here. And issues of waste is a very big problem. Na hii issue ya waste, pia inaendanga inachukua political angle. Because like the issue of Ngei, wala pule Madam Ngei, that issue of Ngei is very bad because that issue of Huluma flats, that thing, we started working on it and it is even outside, siko inji ya shule, it is even outside the school. Because mara when they come, they collect, then hii story ya takataka pia, there's some bit of politics in it, mara the boys wanakuja wanaingilia, but I believe we are going to follow. It's an issue. Then the issue pia, I don't know whether there are some politicians. We also need a lot of political goodwill. Inachukuanga your diversion. So because me, I'm a health person, I might not do it all alone. It requires a lot of political goodwill. Because what we say is that to engage a lot of things into politics. That I don't like to be quoted. That is what we have gone wrong as a nation. We should not politicize everything. The other day I was working in Madare. Unajua Madare ilifika time, hata hatufanyi job. Sijui inakuaje, boys wanakuja, even they come and mwaga takataka outside our office. I don't know the professor, that is what he meant. And you see the moment you do that, we just close the health facility. Who is suffering? It is the community. Because who is the consumer? We have a hospital somewhere in Mbatini somewhere there. There's a hospital which was not complete. So some boys came and wakaingia ndani. Kuingia ndani, they came wata wanaweka nguruwe. You know nguruwe is a nuisance. Especially when it rains. It becomes a very big nuisance, my friends. So what I'm telling you, some of these things, man, let us also have ownership of our facilities. And that is what we are here. Because when we are having a facility, kwanza ya government, it belongs to who? To the community. Yeah? I've seen, don't quote me, I've seen tumefika level this time along. We have never seen where members of the public inafika level wanaingia government facilities. Hello? Are you seeing? It becomes a bit tricky because the moment you come to my facility like a hospital, my office is in Kiamaiko. When you threaten the officers who are there, see, they'll go home. And so let's have a lot of ownership. One thing I concur, takataka is a big problem. Transfer stations, I don't know how many are there. There's one gentleman who has said there, some of them were grabbed. You see now when it is grabbed, me as a health officer would do it because it is not there. Because takataka is a very big, because we have inakuwa tuko na transfer station. That your transfer station, I don't know how it's supposed to take when that refuse is done or is collected. That is a docket of environment. Me, I'm a health officer. Especially on a health officer, we are even supposed to sue, but I cannot sue my employer. See, I'll be sacked. Hello? Tunaelewana? It comes a time now work inakuwa ngumu because I'm a devolved man. If I was in the national guard, this is why we see we need NEMA, we need some other external organizations so that we combine resources together. Issues of drugs addiction. I'm a health officer. You know, health cuts across the board. Health cuts across the board. I'm a health officer, and this issue of drugs is an eye to our watoto wetu, si ndio? Is a very big problem, which we need to come together as a society. We need also guys of the church so that we can see, because the moment we have gone issues of drugs, it is a society which is lost. Everybody here is up. We also parents, We also parents. It's a very big concern. So we need to address, because me, I'm just in health, but their issues are very pertinent. Madam, my dear, the lady in a cape, we are trying our level best, Tafadhali. Please. Because issues of sewage, sewage is another docket which falls under Nairobi water and sewerage. Mimi nikipata problem, community may complain, and we really try. Nimefurahi sana. Madam, amealala. Hello? Are we together? I'm happy to see you. So we are really trying to level our base. When things come on issues of governance, we report to the next level of government. Because we also have the provincial administration. We also work together. Because we are serving what? We are serving the same common man. Despite uko kwa national government, the county government, kuna mahali tunenanga tunashikana. And we work together. Our chiefs pia tuko now, so that we work and try to solve. And we also want to collaboration with the community members. Unajua nyinyi watu wa community mnajua mambo mob sana. Each and everything which happens in the society, there's a community member who knows. Si ndio? Tufichi, it is the truth of the matter, man. We are having a lot of issues, but we shall try our level best. Thanks a lot. I'm a health officer. See mimi siongee on behalf of the entire county. Asanteni sana.
So thank you so much. Who asked the question? Naona ni kama haijajibiwa. It has not been answered. You have a question? Okay. So directives, Sarafina. Okay. Announcement. An answer. Oh, you have an answer.
Thank you very much. Now, my name is Eric Deche. I'm a student at Tangaza University, Institute for Social Transformation. Now, I also work at NEMA. Now, I just wanted to pose a challenge. How many people have been given maji ya kunywa? Nani amekunywa? Okay. Chupa umeweka wapi? Na ile kifuniko hapo juu imeenda wapi? Hapana, kabla hiyo kuna ingine hapo juu. Si unaona shida mali iko? Mimi zangu nilikuwa na mbili. Moja ilikuwa ni ya peremende. Profesa alitupatia peremende. Nimeweka kwa mfuko. Hii ingine ilikuwa ni ya maji. Bado nimeweka kwa mfuko. Nitatafuta mahali ambapo naweza kuitupa vizuri. Naona? So we start with attitude. Okay. How do we treat our waste? If you listen to Professor in the morning when he gave his keynote speech, he said, I'll try to use a different language. Ile kitu, Japanese wanaita shigomoe, that human waste. They call it shigomoe in Japanese. Because they created value for it, people are fighting for it. So every type of waste that we create, if we create a value for it, it will not be in the environment, because tutakuwa tunaitumia kwa manufaa fulani. Now, the law, the Waste Management Act of 2022, mwanzo inasema dump sites hazitakiwi ziwe. If we were to implement the law to the latter, the dump sites would not be there. We would have what we call material recovery facilities, where the materials that cannot be composed into manure will go to some place, it will be sorted, it will be reused for other things. So we must start by, Prof said, segregating waste at source. So that waste that we segregate, we create value for it. So that then it can go for recycling, reusing, and all those other things. Kama vile mzee alisema hapa. So we must change our attitude and look at waste as a resource and not waste as takataka. What the law also provides for is segregation at source. And the Cabinet Secretary for Environment gazetted color codes. Color codes that will help us to segregate the different types of waste. There are 3 color codes that have been gazetted: green, blue, and black. So that, as Professor said, if we have to segregate waste, we segregate it in that order. Green, you put organic waste. Zile ambazo tunaweza kuzipeleka zikatumika ku make manure. Blue will put waste that can be recycled, can be turned into other things. And then the black one will contain the general other type of waste that you may not necessarily be able to segregate. But after that, it will be transported to the material recovery facilities, and then it can be used for the other things that we are talking about. So it is possible if we take it as a responsibility from ourselves, the people who generate the waste, then we can move forward and ensure that this waste is or doesn't end in the environment. There are people who are doing recycling because, like you're saying, where do you take it to? There are people who are doing recycling. We were talking about it in the morning. Mr. Green Africa, Vince Plastics, they also recycle this type of waste. And we have seen it happen that people nowadays collect these plastics and they sell them because we have started to create value for the plastics. So people collect plastics, sell them to Vince, sell them to Mr. Green Africa, and they make some resources out of it. Now, I would like to then challenge ourselves and University Mtaani. Okay, we want to, I will go back and push this, that we can work as the authority, NEMA that is, and work with University Mtaani and try to develop some, whether it's a capacity building program or some collaboration or some partnership, to see how we can work with University Mtaani on issues of waste at that level. So that is a challenge that I want to take, and let's discuss and let's see how NEMA can work with University Mtaani. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much. So Dodi, pick it up. So our administrator from University Mtaani has taken it seriously, and you follow it. Mimi ndakuwa kwa kichwa yako. We only have 2 more couple of questions, and then we do entertainment. And then after entertainment, nawapatia the line up ya mwisho. So just 2-3 questions. We do entertainment, and then after entertainment, we'll have our closing remarks, and then we call it a symposium. You'll give us your reflection, feedback. baada ya the final brief. So sijui tutaanzia wapi. Hii side ni mingi, hii side ni tuanzie hapa na huko nyuma tukusikia. So ni hapa pale kuna madama alikuwa pale. Zinawashwa. Okay, tuanzie hapa.
Halo, habari zenu? Kwa majina naitwa Johnson Maundu. Mimi nina double kuwa mwanachama wa muungano na vijiji ambaye nimeenda hizo training za University Mtaani. Nimeenda training ya social entrepreneur. Tumeenda ya digital safety. Pia nimeenda ya leadership. Mambo ya mentorship, leadership. So nimejaribu kusikiza hii discussion since nilikuja kwa hii mkutano. Alafu naona kama pia ninaweza kuwa na my proposal ambayo inaweza ku add value toa kwa ile mazungumzo ambayo tumekuwa naye kwa huo muda. Nimekuwa hapa wakati Mr. Steve Ouma ambaye tumekuwa naye kitambo wakati alikuwa anafanya kazi kama director wa Pamoja Trust, akishare ile jinsi hii ingekuwa ina center kwa mambo ya health and sanitation. So my intake ama ile input ni kwamba ni jinsi gani tunaweza fanya, kwa sababu kwa upande wa muungano wa vijiji tumekuwa na so many groups ambaye zingine ni self-help groups, zingine ni CBOs. So my take was, can we narrow down hii health and sanitation kwa groups zenye zina subscribe kwa issues to do with health and sanitation, objectives zake ndio tuzimandate kwa hii shughuli, kwa sababu ndugu yetu hapa Michael alizungumzia kuhusu mambo ya recycling. So hizo zinaweza kuwa equipped kupitia capacity building, zinakuwa na mafunzo ambayo ya kufundishwa jinsi ya vile mambo ya recycling inaweza kuwa inafanywa, ndio hiyo takataka ikuwe resource na pia iwe naweza kuwa inawadumu kwa upande wa kiuchumi. So yangu ni tunaweza izungumzia hii na tukose kupata jawabu, lakini kama inawezekana we try to narrow down kwa zile self-help groups ambazo ziko kwa grassroots na CBOs na objectives zao zinazungumzia kuhusu mambo ya health and sanitation. Inaweza kuwa kidogo hawa wanakuwa empowered kupitia skills zenye watapewa, ndio wapitie hiyo shughuli ya mambo ya recycling iwe ni kitaka uchumi kwa upande moja au mwingine. Asanteni sana.
Shukran. Wacha nichukue pale na hapa and then darudi hivi. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Kabura. I'm from Muungano Wana Vijiji, organization known as KIAK, Kambemoto Youth and Kids. As hapo tunafanya sanitization of kids, and we have a program known as Waste for Education, where we educate students from various schools like Nuruno Primary and Huruma Primary on how to manage waste and how to sort waste into different types like organic and human. But my question is to the professor: how can we manage, or which steps can we take to segregate that waste which comes from institutions like universities, schools, and hospitals in large? That's my question. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm Joseph Michael from Kariobangi Paralegal Network, and also a concerned citizen. So we have really learned, and this is a very rich forum on health and sanitation. thanks to Tangaza University. So human produce half kgs of waste a day. Then my question is going into policy and research, which have been released by several institutions. So as academics and scholars, there's a research which was released in March this year. Around 51,000 metric tons of e-waste is produced in our country, Kenya. And only 1% is formally recycled, okay? Then Kenya imports approximately 70% of its electric equipment. This research was conducted in Korokocho and its environs. And 61% of those participants reported health issues. And this was due because they were handling e-waste. This comes from burning and handling those e-waste materials. That is through burning and also segregation, you know. Then 47.2% of those participants actually reportedly respiratory issues. Okay? So my question is, my senior from NEMA has spoken actually very good, and that is so commendable. As a people, what's our responsibility? Because after kunywa maji, wengi walitupa karatasi chini, because maybe watu wa kazi mtaani watakuja kuokota. But now to the policy scholars, researchers, how do we, because this issue of segregation, takamali, has always been shifted to the rural urban areas people. We have shifted that burden to the waste pickers, where else research has confirmed that these people are really suffering health issues. Not only them, but also people who are living within the environs. So, since time immemorial, we have been given a history on how the Dandora dam site began. And research have been conducted in Dandora and around its environs severally by multiple multinational institutions and organizations. And still, we are suffering the same consequences. So, are these policies or research just maybe paper which are being released and tabled, put under the shelf? Because from these insights, which have maybe researched a bit about, we've seen that this burden come from somewhere. Sio sisi ndo tuna produce, zinakuja kutoka pahali, zinakuwa shifted. Then zikishiftiwa Kenya, sisi tunaambiwa recycling, reusing as a form of employment takamali, where else inatudhuru. So how do scholars, researchers, hizo reports zenyu, how do you maybe, ntasemaje, hizi reports zenyu, how does it fit into policies such that it's not a recurring burden to a generation or to a certain community, sana sana hawa kitongoji duni?
So reusing too much of research, what has been there, so hizo ndo maswali. I think because also we are a bit later with the timer, and sisi wote will eat together as a family. So we'll eat together as a family. I want you to make friend with another person when you're eating. Let's network, let's talk. Let's move from theory to action. We always put our hands, we blame other people. We say you and you and you and you. Let's start thinking, what about me? What am I doing in my community? And that's why University Mtaani is there. What is University Mtaani doing? How can I come to University Mtaani? I learn. How can I come to University Mtaani? I understand that this program, because we have what we call dialogues. We speak to people, we go to people, we actualize issues with people. So my take is we mostly point fingers that we need solution. And I work with Gen Z, I work with young people. And most of the time we say, serikali fanyi, nyinyi amfanye, nyinyi amtekelezi. But what about me? Do I understand the policy? Do I understand where I'm coming from? Is this policy was made by the parliamentarians? Is it for the parliamentarians or it's for me? How can I make the parliamentarians be responsible and accountable? How can I make my community be responsible and accountable? So we start moving from just pinpointing and theory to action. So action, action, action. Let's have an action working. And University Mtaani is there so that you can have that action. When you come, and I'm still saying, there's service learning. And service learning is you put everything that you have learned. Ile tumetoka na hapa. Let's try it out and then bring back feedback and say this thing is not working. Is it okay? So without much ado, I want us to have an entertainment. The sensation group will entertain us, and then we'll have a round of a close-up. A round of a close-up from after discussion. We'll have a round of a close-up. So sensation, Boni, with the team, and tafadhali usitoke hapa kama uko na swali. Prof bado yuko, tuko na wakurugenzi, muko fine. We have people, we have scholars. So ask question. Musumbue, maybe idea yako itamsaidia kwingine, si ndio? So usinyamaze, usione ni kama nimekata, sijakata. We will have a working lunch, a healthy lunch, but with a lot of discussion. Yeah. So sensation, karibuni sana. Alex, kama mtu ako na swali juu yangu.
Check 1 2 1 2 check.
Jambo bwana.
Yes, solo.
Habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa hapa ketu, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa kwenye yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa hapa kwetu, hakuna matata. Sema jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi nzuri, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. hapa UN kwetu hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Jambo.
Jambo.
Jambo bwana.
Yasun.
Habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa hapa kwetu, hakuna matata. Sema jambo.
Jambo.
Jambo bwana. Habari gani? Mzuri sana. Welele welele. Wageni twakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi nzuri, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. UN twaipenda, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Jambo. Watu wamechangamka. Changamkeni. Jambo.
Jambo.
Tuamke wote. Tuamkeni wote, kila mtu.
Yes, kila mtu.
Kila mtu.
Hata wewe amka.
Kujeni hapa. Team.
Thank you so much.
Kujeni hapa. Hapa mbele. Hapa ninyi ndio mtakuwa na mimi, si ndio? We want to show you how to lead by example. Our leader on front over here and you there. You follow them, right? Sindio? Haya, nikisema kichwa, shika kichwa. Kichwa, mabega, kiuno, magoti, zunguka kidogo moja. Kichwa, shoulder, waist, knee, turn around. Head, head, waist, shoulder, knee, turn around. Let me see if you get it. Balance the ball, balance the ball, balance the ball, balance the ball, balance the ball. I take the ball, I put it here, I put it here, I pepeta, I pepeta. Hey, balance the ball, balance the ball. Balance the ball, balance the ball. I take the ball. I take the ball. I put it here. I put it here. I pay better. I pay better. Hey, balance the ball, balance the ball. Hey, balance the ball, balance the ball. I take the ball. I put it here. I put it here. I pay better. Humbe kanyama, humbe kanyama. How, humbe humbe, humbe humbe, humbe kanyama, humbe kanyama. How, hapaje. Wewe, mlikuwa wapi? Hii ni mchezo yenyu. Hapaje? Hapaje? Mimba gani? Nikikata. Na ndio hiyo, ndio. Are you ready for the warm up, right? Drama. Cheze ngoma hapo. Follow me. 1. Follow. Changamka na mimi. 1, 2, 3. Move your hand. Thank you very much. Asanteni.
Very nice. So thanks a lot for kuchangamsha sisi na misuli. You should start aerobics. Mnafanyanga? Give us your, where do you meet, when, what time, and the dressing code, the aerobics. Sindio? So thanks a lot for that. So we are having a short session from Mr. Mugambi. This is completing the session that Dr. Peter was doing, okay? So very entertaining, very interactive. So let's hear from him.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm the Mr. Mugambi, not a doctor or a professor yet. I know I'm the one standing between you and lunch hour, so I'll try to harakisha kidogo. The millennials have talked, now it's time for the Gen Zs. So a request, if you have a smartphone, I want us to scan that code that is over there. I see 2 of us already have done it. Itahitaji kuwe na ka MBs, ka around 10 MBs, not a lot. So let's try and scan your QR code iko hapo. If you're not able to scan, ingia kwa Chrome, write joinmyquiz.com. Okay? Hapa juu, joinmyquiz.com. Online. Sorry to the millennials wenye kidogo. I see we have 6 people already. Nataka tukue at least 20 so that we can start the game. It will be very, very brief. So ingia, if you're not able to scan, type join my quiz, then andika the code 378-790 as the, the passcode. Albert, unaweza saidia a few members huko nyuma. We are, how many? 1, 2. You can write your name. Unaweza andika jina yako ama your nickname so that we can know you. Sorry? The code is 378 790. I see we are only 7. Oh, 21. Ah, great. Do we start? Kuna mwenye? Yes? We are 21. I want all of us to try and participate. Or we work with that 21, okay? So it's a simple questions of what professor shared, what daktari shared, and the other professor, whatever they shared. Maswali tu rahisi. So we are all set to start, right? Okay. So from your phone, ukiangalia simu yako tu kuna maswali, I want you to help answer that question. The question is, which of these is the biggest public health challenge in informal settlement? Is it poor sanitation? Is it wild animals? Is it noise pollution? Or is it corruption? Tumejibu sisi wote, okay? Okay. Then the next question is, which of these diseases is most commonly linked to poor sanitation? Which of them? Which of these diseases is most commonly linked to poor sanitation? Is it malaria? Is it cholera? Is it diabetes or is it asthma? Tumejibu? Okay. Next question. I'm told some students are still answering. Tujaribu kujibu mbio mbio. Okay. The next question is, improving sanitation only benefits individual households. Is that true or is that a false statement? Improving sanitation only benefits individual households. Is that a true statement or a false statement? Okay, the next one is, which one is not part of good sanitation? Is it safe waste disposal? Is it cleaning drinking water? Is it hand washing or is it dumping? Which one is not part of good sanitation? Okay. Next question. What does University Mtaani mainly seek to do? University Mtaani, does it build apartments? Does it provide free Wi-Fi? Does it bring university learning into communities? Or does it sell books? What does University Mtaani do? Okay, the next one. Which slogan best reflects University Mtaani? Is it learning without action? Is it learning by serving communities? Is it education for profit? Or is it community without education? Which of those slogans do you feel best reflects University Mtaani? Go to the next. What is service learning? Dr. Peter mentioned about service learning before. Do you think it is donation and volunteer work? Do you think it is internship placements? Do you think it's theory to action as a service, or is it paid employment? According to Peter's presentation. So we go to the next. Who benefits from service learning? Is it only the students? Is it only the lecturers? Is it only the communities? Or is it everyone involved? Who benefits from service learning? Students, lecturers, communities, or is it everyone else? I mean, everyone that is involved. Go next. Which activity is an example of service learning? Kwa hizi activities zote. When we clean a river while studying environmental conservation, watching a documentary on proper sanitation, reading a journal on environment, or is it playing football? Which of those activities do you feel is an example of service learning activity? We go next. What makes service learning different from volunteering? Is it because students receive money? Is it because it combines community service with academic learning? Is it because it takes less time, or is it because it has no objectives? Which of those makes service learning different from volunteering? Okay, the next one. What is the safest way to prevent diarrhea diseases? Nilisikia mkisema mko na issues of diarrhea. So how do we prevent it? Is it by eating junk food? Is it by hand washing with soap? Is it by sleeping 8 hours? Or is it by drinking milk? Which of those is the safest way to prevent diarrhea diseases? Okay, next. Which waste is most dangerous when left uncollected? Which of those is most dangerous when left uncollected? Is it plastic bottles? Is it banana peels? Is it human waste and mixed garbage? Or is it the cardboard? Which of them is the most dangerous when left uncollected? So we go next. Which action improves sanitation the fastest? Tumefunzwa about sanitation. So which of these improves sanitation the fastest? Is it waiting for the government? Is it complaining on social media? Is it working together as a community? Or is it ignoring the problem? Which of those would easily help improve sanitation? Our next question, according to Kenya's constitution, access to sanitation and health is it a privilege? Is it optional? Is it a constitutional right? Or it's only available in towns? According to the Kenyan constitution, access to sanitation and health, is it a privilege? Is it optional? Is it a constitutional right? Or is it only available in towns? So next, what is the most powerful way universities can improve sanitation? So which is the best way for University Mtaani to improve sanitation? Is it by writing reports? Is it by holding meetings? Is it by partnering with communities? Or is it by building fences? Which of those do you think University Mtaani would easily use to improve sanitation? Okay. The other question, what is the biggest strength of University Mtaani? What is the biggest strength of University Mtaani? Is it student engagement? Is it practical learning? Is it partnerships? Or is it working with communities? Which do you feel is a strength for University Mtaani? Student engagement, practical learning, partnerships, or working with the communities? Next, which sanitation issue affects your community the most? This is an open question. You don't have to be correct or wrong. Which one do you feel of the four affects your community the most? Is it poor drainage? Is it garbage? Is it open sewage? Or is it lack of toilets? Which one affects your community the most? Okay, so I think we should be ending. This is the Tangaza University motto: teaching minds, touching lives, transforming hearts. Is that true or false? Na kuna Mwakenya hapa. Which is that motto the correct motto for Tangaza? True or false? Are you sure? Yeah? Let me show you the catch. Teaching minds, touching hearts, transforming lives. There we have teaching minds, touching. Should it be lives or hearts? Then transforming lives instead of hearts. Good. So the last one, I wanted for us to give a comment of how you found the symposium. After today's symposium, what is one action you can personally take to ensure proper sanitation? In that case, I want us to type. So write for us of hizo masomo zote tumesomeshwa leo kwa the symposium. Which one action do you feel you're taking outside there to the community? We want to know your comments, then we will follow up with the University Mtaani to know if research can be done about it or if it's an activity that can be done. Only 8 people have answered. I see we end a total of 39 students. It's a good class. So until we are 39, then we can end the assessment. Give us one action you are carrying home today. We have 20 responses now, more 19. Which one action are you personally going to take to ensure that there is proper sanitation in whichever areas we come from? Hata wenye wametoka Karen. Is there an activity you feel you could help to do there on, proper sanitation? I'm waiting for 10. 10 are yet to answer. We are at 9 people. Around 6. One action. If you, kama ni hiyo tumeambiwa takataka, you dispose it in green, blue and black materials like he mentioned. Yeah. Only 2 are left. How are we? Please finish typing. 1 person. Okay, that is the end of my assessment. So I'm picking the best 2. And out of the best 2, I think I'll ask the DVC to share with us maybe a brochure or a notebook from Tangaza as a present. Otherwise, thank you so much. My name is Moses, a colleague to Dr. Pete. Thank you. Asante.
Thanks a lot, Moses. You have actually helped us to evaluate the symposium. So please let us have the responses of what people said. Thanks a lot. The table is already set outside there for our meals. We are doing well. We are doing well. But just before then, I want actually 2 people to speak, and the last one will speak to close and even pray for us. So I would want Madam Alice. Madam Alice from the Parliament, is a representative of Catholic parliamentarians, to come and talk to say hi in 1.5 minutes. Karibu, Madam.
Good afternoon and hi. That's what I've been asked to do. I was not prepared for this, but I'm happy to be here, but I am not a parliamentarian. I coordinate a program of the Institute for Social Transformation. It's called the Catholic MPs Spiritual Support Initiative. It's a program to give our Catholic and Christian legislators some spiritual accompaniment and also involve them in programs like you're having today. So mine is to appreciate the Tangaza University, in a special way, IST, and those who work with us in Parliament, Father Bernard, Dr. Steve. Professor Gitonga has been with us since the conception of this program. Dr. Judith, you've been with us for a decade and a half. But after listening to all the discussions, the presentations, the concerns, I have one thing to speak or to share with you, coming from the side of the politicians. Everything begins and starts and ends with us, the masses. Policies are important and they are there in the country, but they are just in form of papers gathering dust in institutions, in government offices. Implementation is a problem. Why? Because we do not hold our political leadership to account. In a couple of months, we shall be going to the ballot. The problems will remain the same or even worse if we continue doing our elections the same way we have been doing. If we continue eating 50 bob, 100, 1,000, fake empowerment programs, and returning people that we cannot put to account into the offices. If we continue electing people based on our ethnic associations, in how much I ate from Mheshimiwa, our problems will never be solved. They will be with you in the informal settlements when they're looking for votes, but as soon as they get the votes, do they live with you? Where do they move to? The neighborhoods, Karen, Ngong, Runda, and they leave us with our problems, and then they come back after 5 years. So my appeal to you is that let's take our hearts and our brains and our reasonings to the ballot, and let us elect people who have demonstrated or who have the capacity to transform our lives. I love the motto of Tangaza, and the last 2 words are transforming lives. So if your leader has not transformed your lives in the last 4 years, how do you trust them for the future? And I'm not here to campaign, but we create our own problems by the kind of leadership that we have. So mine, I wasn't supposed to speak, or I wasn't prepared to speak, but I speak from where I am, and that is the political circles. Kindly have the right leadership, and then your lives will start being transformed. And you only do that through the ballot, isn't it? Okay? So thank you very much. God bless you all.
A better clap for her. Thank you, Madam Alice. And the last speaker, MCA representative, tuko kwake. Tunaweza pigwa vibaya kama hatuja mjulisha tuko area.
Hamjamboni. Yeah, very brief. Kwa majina naitwa Julius Kehorodhuo, representing our able MCA David Wanyoike Waroe. Na amenituma na salamu zenyu, umezipokea? Sasa kitu ya kwanza, hata siongei sana, ni hiyo issue ya environment. Kama hatuwajibiki kwa takataka yetu, hizi zingine zote ni vipindi, si ni ukweli? If you don't take care of your garbage, everything else is just stories. Buruburu, kuna takataka? Karen, kuna takataka? Hapa Kariobangi, hapa Umoja, kuna takataka kwa barabara? Kwa hivyo sisi ndio tuko na shida. We need to make sure that we become responsible citizens, matters our garbage. County government wanakuja kuchukua takataka mara moja kwa wiki. Wiki moja takataka yako haiwezi nuka kama umeisort vile inatakikana. Si wamesema kuna green, blue and black. Mkijua hiyo mtaweza kusort out takataka. So tumekuja tumechelewa kwa sababu tulikuwa tunachukua forms za bursary. So poleni sababu hatukuja wakati mlianza mkutano. And I'm very, very happy to see that you people are engaging our citizens matters, making sure that they are knowledgeable on what is supposed to be done for them, especially issues of participation. Sababu ile kitu kubwa inaletaga siasa mbaya na maisha mbaya. Si tuliambiwa na Moi siasa mbaya na maisha mbaya? Ni kwa sababu hatujui. Na tukianza kuambiwa, tuanze kujua, tutaweza kumake nini? Informed decisions. So thank you very much. God bless you and bon appetit.
Okay. The MCs will share with me their salaries. So at this point, I'd like to welcome the final speaker to give us the final remarks, and you will also pray for us. Father, welcome. Father Bernard, karibu sana. Makofi tafadhali.
So before the final remarks, once he has blessed the food, make sure you use this door. You go and you get served and then you enter. Don't use the back door. And for those few remarks, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, at the end of this beautiful day, I would like to express my gratitude to God who allowed us to live this experience. And my gratitude to each one of you for your time, your energy, your thoughts, and whatever you have shared and contributed during this symposium. I thank each one of you. And I thank the parish, Holy Trinity Kariobangi, whose hospitality has made this gathering possible. And I thank the parish priest, Father Jean-Paul, the Komboni community, Komboni sisters who are operating within the parish. I should recognize each one of you. Maybe I won't be able to name all of you, but I would like to recognize University Mtaani for organizing this event. The initiative came from them. And then they have worked to its realization. So thank you, thank you, thank you. May God bless you abundantly. Behind this event, there are faces. Maybe I will kindly ask them to be up and be appreciated. The committee who have organized this day, please kindly be upstanding. Please let us appreciate them. I would like to appreciate also the entire community of Tangaza University, because Mtaani University is an outreach program of Tangaza University. And today Tangaza has been well represented. The VC sent his apology. He's attending another function. The Dean of SAS sent also her apology. But Tangaza is well represented, starting by the DVC academic, Professor Kitonga. And the professor, the lecturers who are here in our midst, especially the speakers, Professor Ouma Akot, Dr. Judith Pete, who have helped us to understand what sanitation means and what are our responsibilities as citizens. We have among us Tangaza University students, alumni, and also PhD fraternities who have been invited especially by Professor Akot. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your participation and contribution. I would like to appreciate and thank Capuchin TV, which has been with us and has allowed us to stream these events. New people. I would like also to recognize CAMC members, though they are not here, but we have Madam Alice, who is the coordinator of their programs. So in her capacity, she represents also CAMC. Thanks to the CAMC choir, the choir who accompany the counties during their liturgical celebration. I would like also to recognize the representative of the MCA, Kariobangi, who has just addressed his remarks to us. We have among us also Barley, the Director of Refugee Consortium Kenya, Mr. Barley. I think he's here. If you can just say hi. Okay. So thank to each one of you for this beautiful event. And thank to the Christians of Kariobangi who have worked. And yesterday they have made sure to prepare this hall, cleaning it, decorating the hall so that you may enjoy today. Thanks to the community. Now at the end of this event, I think we have all enjoyed. Now as we are going, what is our takeaway? Just 4 things. Listening to the presenters and the discussions, I summarize 4 things I would like to share with you. The first thing which came clearly is the gaps between the constitutional promise, Kenya 2030, and the reality in which people are living. We cannot hide the reality. We cannot close our eyes on what our brothers and sisters are living. So this is the first thing, the awareness of these gaps. And this calls the responsibility of each one of us. We should not just wait for the government to do it for us. So it is our responsibility. The first thing I summarize is to redesign our relation to waste and environment. And that one came clearly with Professor Akot. What is our relation to waste and environment? We should redesign this relationship. The third thing is to redesign a pedagogy for problem solving, for community service, for social transformation. And this came from Dr. Judith Pete. And this is challenge for academics, for universities. And the fourth aspect is the community ownership, which is essential for the sustainability of our communities, but also for the sustainability of the program we are running in Huruma. So the community around should own this program to make it sustainable. So the initiative came from somewhere, and then since the beginning, the community worked on it. So the community should own the program. So these are the four things I summarized for this morning symposium. Gaps between the promise and the reality, relation to waste and environment, pedagogy designed for problem solving, and community ownership. And going from here, we should take actions for the change we want, for the change we expect. So thanks to each one of you, and may God bless you abundantly. It has not been a time wasted, but you have learned, we have increased our knowledge, and we have been empowered to act and change our situations. May God bless you abundantly. Thank you so much.
Father, if you could pray for us as we go to share meals.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. God our Father, we stand before you to give you thanks for this beautiful moment we have lived, and to ask you to continue empowering us with your Holy Spirit so that you may implement the change we want in our society. Bless each one of us. Bless our initiative for transformation. Bless our actions so that this world may be what you designed for us. As we are ending this moment, accompany each one of us to our destination and make us your disciples for the social transformation. Bless also this meal we are going to share and give us strength to continue serving you, serving our brothers and sisters, serving our communities. We add this through Christ our Lord. The Lord be with you. May Almighty God bless you, the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Bon appétit. Merci.
So we can pass through this gate, the exit gate, and then you turn, and then come from the end. Huh?
Congratulations. I have a message for you. God has sent me to you. I have a message for you. God has sent me to you. Listen, them say, them tell you, say you can never be the one. But God say, make I tell you, say now you him choose. In 1 month, in 1 week, you will sing a new song. In 2 days, lesser than